No, I'm sorry. Before that. Ah, yes, of course. Now the national anthem, to lead us, the member for Edmonton Centre.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Members are in fine voice today. Let the doors be opened. L'on ouvre les portes. Member statements, déclaration des députés. Honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean.
No, that was Randy. Sometimes me.
Alors,
order, please.
member statements. Honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it is with a great deal of emotion that I rise today for the first time in this House as a Member of Parliament. I owe this privilege to the voters in the riding of Saint-Jean, which is the international festival, a balloon festival capital, and the main town, Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, will be celebrating its 350th anniversary in 2016. I thank the people of my riding for being able to serve them once again after having been mayor and a provincial member of the National Assembly. I will work hard to make sure that their trust is well rewarded and to make sure that my two regional commitments are met, that is, to help the armed forces.
Portage Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so proud to rise today to say thank you to the people of Portage Lisgar for electing me to a third term as their Member of Parliament. What an amazing honour to serve in this esteemed chamber and to be able to represent the values of hard work, strong families, faith and generosity that so many people in southern Manitoba espouse. This was a long, hard-fought election, and I want to pay special tribute to my children, Lucas, Delaney, and Parker, who have sacrificed so much time with their mom, but I know who are very proud of me. I love you guys so much. I also want to thank the volunteers who helped me. Special mention this time goes to my dearest friend, Debbie Angers, another Morden girl who worked alongside of me this entire election. Mr. Speaker, I will strive to continue to make the people of Portage Lisgar proud of me. I will work hard each and every day for their interests and for their good. This is my commitment. This remains my pleasure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I am pleased to stand in the House today for the first time as the representative of New Brunswick Southwest. I want to thank the constituents of NB Southwest for voting for real change and for placing their confidence in me. Our riding is vast and diverse. It stretches from the beautiful Fundy coastal islands to the farmlands of Kings County and the growing communities neighbouring St. John and Fredericton. The people of this riding are proud, entrepreneurial, and hopeful. NB Southwest is rich with natural resources. Our 5 border crossings with the state of Maine, the international port at Bayside, our world-renowned scientific research will further grow our fisheries, agricultural, and natural resource exports. As part of this government, I look forward to bringing my experience as an international trade professional to the table to create an environment where NB Southwest businesses, communities, and families will thrive. Thank you.
Madame la députée de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, as the holiday season approaches, I want to talk about the values that bring us together and that define my riding of Jonquière. Over the last few weeks, hundreds of people have been fundraising from those around them to help those in financial difficulty be able to celebrate the holiday season. The media fundraising day actually raised $223,000. So congratulations to all the volunteers. This is an example of our values of sharing, generosity, and dignity. We are inclusive and open to the world. We are stronger together. We are proud that our people have given me their trust once again to represent them. And we know how much the volunteers bring to our community. And it is in that spirit that I wish everyone the very best for the season. The Honourable Member for Shefford.
Madame la députée de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to speak for the first time here in the House. I want to thank the people of Shefford for giving me their trust, and it is with dedication that I will represent them here in the Commons. The town of Granby is one of the 13 locations in Quebec that will be bringing in Syrian refugees. I want to recognize Solidarité Ethnique Régionale, la Yamaska, which is doing an excellent job of and has done since 1992 in helping immigrants. I want to proudly pay tribute to the generosity of the people and the excellent work done by people who reach out to those who are new. This community spirit confirms the multicultural values of our region. The enthusiasm of people has been recognized also by Radio Canada, and you can watch the program.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to rise today to talk about an amazing organization in my riding. Communities for Veterans has a mission to bring our communities together by connecting our veterans with our communities. The face of our veterans has changed, and the challenges they face on their return home are complex. We're only now just beginning to understand the real meaning of the term post-traumatic stress disorder. Setting out on horseback last April from Quesnel, British Columbia, Paul and Terry Nichols made it their goal to change the face of Canada's veterans. Joined by over 250 veterans and others across Canada, their mission was focused on those in our communities. But along the way, the journey also transformed Paul and Terry's lives. They have seen firsthand how equine therapy is helping our veterans and others suffering from PTSD. Mr. Speaker, it is constituents like Paul and Terry that make me so proud to serve the riding of Caribou Prince George. Thank you for this time, and to Paul and Terry, thank you for taking these bold steps forward.
The honourable member from Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise for the first time in this noble House, I would like to take this opportunity and thank the voters of Mississauga Centre for putting their trust in me and to renew my commitment to serving all of them with pride. Today I'm honoured to rise in the House to recognize Mississauga Centre's Rick Hansen Secondary School for their fundraising initiative called Hansen's Home for Syria. The students and staff at Rick Hansen are raising funds to sponsor and provide settlement assistance to a Syrian refugee family. In collaboration with Lifeline Syria, they will be offering a family shelter and an opportunity for a better life. The Rick Hansen community is demonstrating to us the true nature of their generosity and compassion. It's heartwarming, inspiring, and quintessentially Canadian. I call on my colleagues to join me in congratulating Rick Hansen for setting a wonderful example for all Canadians and offer our full support for their humanitarian project. Well done, Rick Hansen.
The honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour and privilege to rise in the House for the first time to express my gratitude to my constituents in the riding of Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon for putting their trust in me to represent them as their Member of Parliament in Ottawa. I have the distinct pleasure to represent several diverse communities, and I look forward working together to champion the need of my constituents. As a member of Canada's new government, I'm committed to working with the Indigenous people to ensure that they will play an important role in shaping up the future in my riding. Mr. Speaker, I am strongly supportive of the initiative our government has shown to take immediate action on an inquiry into missing Aboriginal women and girls. This is the first step to bring in fairness and justice to affected families and communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, as we kick off this 42nd Parliament, I want to thank the great people of Selkirk Interlake Eastman for putting their trust in me. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I've been privileged to represent the people of Selkirk Interlake for the past 11 years. However, in this election, the boundaries changed for our riding. I now also represent the Eastman region of Manitoba. It is an honour to represent these wonderful constituents, and I'm looking forward to serving their beautiful communities along the Winnipeg River system. I'm also thankful for the love and support of my family. My wife and daughters have stood by me for the past 11 years and through 5 elections. To Kelly, Courtney, Taylor, and Cassidy, I love you more than love. I'd also like to thank my incredible campaign team and volunteers who worked so hard. This past weekend, we thanked our supporters with an Appreciation Conservative Christmas party. Christmas is a special time of year when we gather as family and friends to celebrate the birth of Jesus. I offer everyone my best wishes for peace and goodwill this holiday season. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and all the best in the new year.
Now the member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to Don Cudmore for his outstanding contribution to the tourism industry of Prince Edward Island. Executive Director of the Tourism Industry Association since 1996, he has provided leadership to an active membership with roles in lobbying, education, and awareness. Through TIPI, he has been instrumental in improving educational opportunities for tourism operators and employees, and nationally raising awareness of the industry with the public. In 2010, the Tourism Industry Association of Canada recognized Don's dedication in making tourism an important part of his life's work by inducting him into the Tourism Hall of Fame. Last week, he was honoured with the 2015 Canadian Tourism Lifetime Achievement Award. Residing in Cornwall, PEI with his wife Diana, they have 2 growing children, Dana and Jolene. We wish him all the best in his retirement.
Bravo! The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, Canadians right across Canada have been mobilizing, organizing, raising funds to sponsor and welcome Syrian families to our fair land. And the youth of our country have not surprisingly also stepped up to do their part. Millennium Kids, a movement of youth across Canada working to do their part to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, have launched a Welcome Card project. The Welcome Card project invites children and youth across Canada to create handmade welcome cards to greet the thousands of expected Syrian newcomer refugees in the coming days, weeks, and months. 26 Canadian schools from Ontario, Quebec, Saskatchewan, and PEI are participating in this project. And today, I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to let you know that we have 40 grade school children from 14 schools across Toronto, many from my riding of Davenport, to present 1,700 cards to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Many of the youth here are attending schools that are sponsoring refugee families. I would like to welcome them to the House of Commons and to applaud them for their leadership and amazing work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now the member. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak. It's my first time in the House, and I want to thank the residents of Barrie Innisfil. Mr. Speaker, the failed energy policies of Kathleen Wynne and the Ontario Liberals continue to overwhelm consumers, seniors, and devastate business in my home province. The 2015 Auditor General report is a laundry list of mismanagement. The report details that incompetence has unnecessarily cost ratepayers billions of dollars, how the costs of failing transmission and distribution systems keep increasing, and how Ontario's residential and small business consumers have had to absorb a whopping 80% increase in their electricity bills. Wow. There's been a lack of an energy plan for the citizens of Ontario, and the federal government and the Prime Minister also lack a clear energy plan for Canadians. The Conservative Party has always ensured that the cost to taxpayers were kept low, and Ontario is a stark reminder of how easily things can get out of hand when a Liberal government drops the ball. We'll continue to hold the Liberals accountable so that what happens...
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many reasons, Mr. Speaker, to be proud of my riding, St. John Rothsay. It is a riding of great success, but also a riding with many in need. Chronic generational poverty, Mr. Speaker, is a drain on the lifeblood of our city. 31% of our children live in poverty. That is #1 in the country. I respectfully ask the Prime Minister and the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development and all of my colleagues to choose our city as a model for Canadian poverty reduction. An excellent test case for a national strategy. We are ready. We have the cooperation on all levels of government, a strong network of community and business organizations, all committed to ending poverty and especially child poverty in St. John. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I ask you to choose St. John as the model city for the Canadian Poverty Reduction Strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to thank the people of Abitibi-Témiscamingue for re-electing me. When we elected the Speaker of the House, all the candidates stressed the importance of doing better in terms of work-family balance. As a new mother of a 3-month-old baby, I couldn't agree more. But today, I want to make a wish, which is that we shouldn't simply do better. I would like us to take the next 4 years to become leaders when it comes to work-life balance. I want us to be a great example for other legislatures and Canadian companies. I hope that we can build a world where women and new parents will not have to choose between career and family. Having a baby is already stressful, even though it can be a joy full-time, and it is important to make sure that we build bridges between work and family rather than more difficulties.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand in this place for the first time to represent the hard-working riding of Peace River Westlock. I would like to thank my constituents for the honour they have bestowed on me to represent them in Ottawa. Peace River Westlock is built on the foundation of farming. Over the course of the last 150 years, farmers have worked hard in my riding to feed Canadians every day. Yet farming nor agriculture was not even mentioned once in the Liberals' throne speech. Mr. Speaker, there are 200,000 farmers across Canada, and they work to provide us with vegetables, grain, dairy, meats sold locally and around the world. They need a government that will stand up to them, for them, value them, and invest in their future. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that my Conservative colleagues and I will stand up for rural Canada and the agricultural industry.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, this is my first time to stand in the House, and I would like to thank the people of London West for allowing me to represent them in this noble place. Congratulate the London Abused Women's Centre for another successful Shine the Light on Women Abuse campaign for the month of November. Mr. Speaker, the goal of the campaign is to raise awareness of violence against women. Local businesses, schools and homes were encouraged to decorate with the color purple in the month of November, purple being a symbol of courage, survival and honour. The London Abused Women's Centre is a beacon of hope for many women who are struggling to find their way after being abused, most often by their male partners. Mr. Speaker, I encourage my fellow parliamentarians to shine the light on women abuse in their own municipalities next November. The London Abused Women's Centre would be happy to provide other communities with information on how to shine the light. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, during the election, the Liberal Party made a vague promise to change our election system. A change in how Canadians vote is a fundamental change to our democracy. Will the Prime Minister hold a referendum and give all Canadians a say in this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Many Canadians frustrated with how the electoral system disengages, rewards cynicism, rewards distance, which is why we have committed to engage with Canadians in strong consultations to talk about the kind of country, the kind of electoral system that we need in this country to better reflect the concerns and priorities of Canadians, and we will engage, as promised, in broad consultations with Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when you change the rules of democracy, everyone gets a say. Mr. Speaker, 60% of Canadians did not vote for the Liberal Party. These millions of Canadians, as the Prime Minister said, he left in the dust, get to have a say too. Does the Prime Minister only listen to Canadians that voted for Liberals, or will he govern for all Canadians and hold a referendum?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to see that the member opposite suddenly discovered that consulting Canadians is appropriate, because she certainly didn't do that during the Fair Elections Act. The so-called Fair Elections Act. We have committed to engage substantively with Canadians, but we are also very, very clear that we will implement what we promised to do during the election campaign. Canadians made themselves heard very clearly, and they want to be part of a change in government. That's what we're going to bring forward. Merci.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should be very careful in assuming that his election victory gives him a mandate and entitles him to make a change in the election system and our democracy. When the Prime Minister actually has a clear proposal for a new voting system, will he take it to the people and hold a referendum?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians were very, very clear that they were tired of the approach over many years of this former government refusing to listen, refusing to engage, disrespecting democracy, disrespecting the voice of Canadians. That's exactly what we're going to do, to engage with Canadians to make...
Hello.
Order.
Order. It's hard to hear the answers. I know all members want to hear the questions and the answers, and I know we're all anxious to show respect for each other and show Canadians we want a good atmosphere in this place. I know it's Wednesday.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the history of this country teaches that whenever a government wants to change the foundations of our democracy, you have to consult Canadians, and a majority has to agree. I know the Liberals agree with that. Currently, the government, with just a few words in their platform and less than 27% of Canadian support, they want to change things. Can the Prime Minister commit to holding a referendum and consulting Canadians on this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that what's important is to consult and respect Canadians' opinions, and that's what we'll do. And that's what led up to the repatriation of the Constitution in '82 without a referendum, for example. We are able to consult, make the right choices in the right way. We will continue to consult Canadians and present an election system that works for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we're going to stick to this subject, but we know that this will come up again. I understand what the Prime Minister is saying, and I'm hardly surprised, because in June, his advisors had already decided not to hold a referendum on this significant change. Can the Prime Minister confirm that he's going to make this important decision alone with only a few advisors who are unaccountable and unelected, rather than holding a referendum and consulting all Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. What we've been clear about, and we continue to be clear about, is that we will consult all Canadians, beginning with elected officials here in the House of Commons, in coming up with electoral reform that works for the entire country. We're going to do this properly, and we're going to respect what Canadians have to say, not what the Conservatives have to say. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party's tax cut is leaving out millions of Canadians. The Prime Minister's parliamentary secretary, who earns $184,000 a year, will get the maximum tax cut. A single senior earning $30,000 a year, not 1 cent. The NDP put forward a proposal to give the tax break to the first level of income earners in Canada. That would have helped millions of more Canadians. Why did the Prime Minister vote against helping the most needy?
Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
The Liberal Party is proud of the throne speech that the Governor-General read last week, and that's why we're supporting that throne speech, and we encourage all members in this House to do that, because it is the reflection of what Canadians asked for right across the country. Investments in our future and in our communities, help for the middle class by lowering taxes on the middle class and raising them for the wealthiest 1%. It's what Canadians have asked us collectively to do, and it's what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
The Prime Minister knows full well that his so-called middle-class tax cut is actually excluding 70% of Canadians. That's not a middle-class tax cut. It gives the maximum benefit to an executive earning $190,000 a year, though. So the real question is, why are the most needy in Canada left off his Christmas list? Why do they get a lump of coal when he gives the maximum benefit to CEOs?
Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% so that we can lower them for the middle class. It was in our platform. It was what we put forward. Now, the member opposite did not choose to raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% in his electoral platform. He did not choose to lower taxes on the middle class in his electoral platform. We made that commitment, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Actually, what they're doing, Mr. Speaker, is giving a tax break to people who earn $200,000 a year and leaving out a family with 2 kids earning 45 grand. They're the middle class. They're the ones who should have gotten help. The rest is a chimera.
I'm going to read a quote to the Prime Minister. He said that the Liberals would commit to restoring door-to-door delivery by Canada Post. Yesterday, he said, "See my website for details." It's not the website that was elected. He's the one who was elected. He was elected to restore door-to-door delivery. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canadians expect to get high-quality service at a reasonable price, and that's what we've committed to do. We've put a moratorium on the installation of community mailboxes by the Conservative government, and we're going to work with Canadians and Canada Post, with various organizations and groups, to make sure Canadians get the postal service they deserve. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Outremont. His promise was to restore door-to-door delivery, and he's currently breaking his word. Let's look at another one of his promises, and I quote the Liberal leader again. He promised at the Montreal Chamber of Commerce to immediately restore the tax credit for Labour-sponsored funds. He promised to restore it fully and immediately, but instead of restoring it on January 1st, he's going to reduce it further. Why, once again, has he broken his word? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the members of the opposition are frustrated because there wasn't enough detail in the throne speech. But the fact is, not only did we have the throne speech, we also published all the terms of reference given to our ministers and spelling out our priorities, including restoring the tax credit for Labour-sponsored funds. That was in our finance minister's terms of reference.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance knows that they made a commitment for a $10 billion deficit cap, and finance officials, and we also know that the deficit's going to be higher. That's a broken promise. Already. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has not answered my question in the House to date, although I have hopes for the rest of the week, of how big a deficit will he run?
Good question. Now the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in a more challenging situation than we expected. We were left with a deficit that we now need to deal with. Our plan for investing in Canada is now more important than ever. We made a commitment to invest in infrastructure. We made a commitment to reduce our net debt to GDP over time. We are going to do this in a fiscally responsible, prudent, and transparent way for Canadians to understand our plan.
Now that all members are interested in hearing the answers, including the member for Peace River Mackenzie, I believe it is. I'm sure he wants to hear, so we're all going to listen carefully to the honourable member from Milton.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to get some answers as well. They're just not coming.
Hey, that's a good point.
Mr. Speaker, another promise that was made, of course, was that in the Liberal tax plan that it would be revenue neutral. And, of course, we now know that it's not revenue neutral. It's $1.2 billion shortfall. But lo and behold, the Minister of Finance is going to fill that gap by taxing small businesses, the veterinarians, the chiropractors, the doctors, the dentists, and seniors through the TFSA. Now, my question, Mr. Speaker, is this. What other taxes will he continue to raise as he goes down this long road of long-term structural deficits?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our plan is focused on tax measures that will help the broadest cross-section of Canadians to do well. In a challenging economic situation, reducing taxes for the middle class, putting more money in their pockets is absolutely the right thing to do now more than ever. We are on a plan to be prudent and fiscally responsible, but to help the broadest cross-section of Canadians with tax measures that will help them.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, according to Monroe Shippold, the finance minister's old firm, a TFSA is an intelligent way to help seniors provide for stable retirement income. Now the finance minister wants to reduce the ceiling for TFSAs. He's rejecting the advice of his own professionals by penalizing seniors. How can the minister penalize seniors and not follow the advice of his own firm, the Honourable Finance Minister?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we are focused on helping the broadest cross-section of Canadians. The Canadians that used the maximum, that were eligible for the maximum of the TFSA, were 6.7%. That means 93.3% were unable to use the maximum. We will move forward with our tax cut for the middle class that will help a broad cross-section of Canadians and introduce a Canada Child benefit that will help 9 out of 10 families to do better.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced during the election campaign that a lot of small businesses were just tax havens for wealthy Canadians. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, small businesses and entrepreneurs are wealth creators, and we should glorify them and support them, not penalize them with higher taxes. Can the Minister for Small Business, is he going to do the same thing as his leader and penalize small business and entrepreneurs, or is he going to stick to his terms of reference, which includes helping small
Monsieur le Président, c'est une question.
Mr. Speaker, that's an important question.
As we pursue our initiatives, we will, with each and every one of them, look at how they can grow the economy. We will be focused on trying to help businesses, large and small, to pursue the opportunity for growth across our economy. Our investments will make an enormous difference in productivity, and they will help all businesses to succeed.
Now the member for Brantford Grant.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised Canadians a revenue-neutral tax cut made possible by taxing high earners. But just 3 days into this Parliament, the Finance Minister admitted that they got the math completely wrong. Surprise. Promise made, promise broken. Will the Finance Minister make up for his $1.2 billion shortfall by raising taxes, or does he plan to tack another $1.2 billion onto the structural deficit he's building?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves with an economic situation that was not what we expected when we came into power. In facing up to a challenging economic time, we want to do the right thing. We are going to start by reducing taxes. This is an especially good week for those Canadians that realize that they are going to get a tax advantage with our reduction in taxes for the middle class.
Yes,
The Honourable Member for Brantford Grant.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that was a pretty straightforward question, and I believe the Finance Minister owes Canadians a straightforward answer. The Liberals came to this Parliament with just two policies to implement before Christmas, the refugee plan and their tax plan. And in both cases, they completely miscalculated the cost to taxpayers. Having already dug themselves into a hole, the Liberals are now refusing to acknowledge their promise to hold the deficit to $10 billion. How high are they prepared to go?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we found ourselves in a hole not of our own. We are now setting out to help Canadians to engineer growth. We are going to make investments in our economy that will make a difference. We're going to reduce taxes for the middle class, and we are going to help those struggling to do well by introducing benefits that will help them as well in our budget in 2016.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, on the election trail, the Liberals promised to bring back a tough environmental assessment process that would include the impact on greenhouse gases. They also said they would reform the NEB. They clearly rejected the Conservatives' eviscerated process. But on Monday, the Prime Minister wouldn't say when the process would be revised and whether current projects would be subject to it. So, can the government tell us, yes or no, whether projects currently under review will proceed under a real, genuine environmental assessment process?
Sources.
Mr. Speaker, for those projects that are currently under review, the proponents will not be asked to go back to square one. There will be a transition period, Mr. Speaker, that will embody the principles that were in the campaign platform and in the Prime Minister's mandate to me and the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. It'll be transparent and it will involve consultation with Indigenous communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Now, that's not what they said during the campaign, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
Now, we know the environmental assessment process that was gutted by the Conservatives is in desperate need of a revamp. And in the meantime, we see these pipeline projects like Kinder Morgan moving forward under a weakened system. During the election, the new Liberal member for Burnaby North Seymour told the Burnaby Now, and I quote, Kinder Morgan will have to go through a new revised process before it's approved.
There you go.
The question was very simple. Why did they tell British Columbians something different from what they're telling them today?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we are going to modernize the National Energy Board. And what that means is that it will be reflective of regional difference representing the entire country. It will embody into its work respect for Indigenous communities and Indigenous culture, and we have to restore public confidence in the regulatory process so we can move our resources to market responsibly and sustainably.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, this government says one thing and does another. For the last year, the Prime Minister said he did not need taxpayer childcare. As a mother of 5, I'm offended. For the first task of his cabinet was to give himself childcare benefits that no other Canadians have. Why didn't the Prime Minister keep his word? And is it because he's entitled to his entitlements?
Yes. When honourable the Prime Minister.
It won't surprise people to know that we have different family requirements than the previous occupants of the Prime Minister's office. We will maintain the existing budget at the same level and reformulate it as necessary for the needs of my young family.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, yet another example of the Prime Minister saying one thing and doing the opposite. The Prime Minister loves to talk about transparency, but when he appointed the new Speaker of the Senate, he did it without any consultation. He appointed a Speaker who can't even speak both official languages. Mr. Speaker, was it more important to appoint a crony of the Liberal leader rather than appointing a bilingual Speaker to the bilingual Senate? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we appointed a Speaker to preside over the Senate. He's a person of great integrity. It's the first time we've had a Speaker from Newfoundland and Labrador. The current Senator, who is now Speaker, has served with honour and distinction, and he was a whistleblower about the abuse in the Senate a few years ago, and we're very proud of his appointment. The Honourable Member for Montmagny. Mr. Speaker, since early in the week, the Prime Minister has been talking about his election platform. On page 34, it says the status quo is not an option, and things have to change. The Senate has to change. The Liberals announced that a committee of 5 people appointed by the Prime Minister would make recommendations to the Prime Minister on future appointments of senators. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives undertake a genuine reform to the Senate and stop the status quo?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are offering the provinces and territories an open door to be part of this nonpartisan, merit-based appointment process. For the first time, we've published the criteria upon which the advisory board will be assessing the merit of these new senators, and we are confident that this process will restore the confidence of Canadians in this vital institution of our democratic process.
Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on December 2nd, the Minister of Finance sent out a fundraising email in his official capacity. Now, this is a clear violation of the Guide of Conduct for Ministers, which states, and I quote, "Ministers should ensure that fundraising communications issued on their behalf do not suggest any connection between fundraising and official government business." Mr. Speaker, this is just yet another example of this government saying one thing but doing another. How is this Prime Minister planning to hold his Finance Minister accountable for this ethical breach?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we intend on consulting Canadians in all of our activities over the course of our mandate. In this particular case, we decided that this particular consultation was one that we did not want to pursue, so we cancelled it.
The member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, on the campaign trail, the Liberal government promised to immediately boost the guaranteed income supplement by 10% to help low-income seniors struggling on fixed incomes to make ends meet. But since being elected, there's been no sign of a timeline, and with mounting examples of backtracking on other promises, seniors are getting worried and wondering if the government understands that immediate needs require immediate attention. When will the government implement its promise to lift seniors out of poverty.
Minister for Social Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first opportunity that I have to rise in this honourable place. I'd like to thank the electors of Quebec for having elected me and for giving me this opportunity to participate in the great work ahead of us. I'd like to answer the excellent question put forth by my colleague opposite. I thank him for the question. And I'd like to say that we are going to do things responsibly and as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, with U.S. Steel Canada filing for bankruptcy protection, the pensions and health benefits of 20,000 workers and pensioners are in jeopardy. The previous government rubber-stamped the takeover, then signed a secret deal to let the company off the hook for broken promises. During the election campaign, the new government promised they would release the details and hold the company accountable for all the promises to workers and pensioners. When will the government live up to its rhetoric, open up the secret deal, and stand up for workers' pensions?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question, as he knows that the content is confidential. We cannot unilaterally disclose it, but I would welcome and support a decision by U.S. Steel to disclose the terms of the settlement in the spirit of openness and transparency and the example set by a Prime Minister. And I would also like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank the members from Hamilton on this side of the House who have also raised this issue with me as well.
And the member for York South-Weston.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians from across the country have joined together to help Syrian refugees come to Canada and begin a new life. This is something that we can all be proud of. I know that in my riding of York South-Weston, we look forward to welcoming these new Canadian residents. As someone who represents a riding with many, many Canadians who were once refugees, could the Prime Minister please update this august House on this important national effort?
The Honourable the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from York South-Western and congratulate him on his election to this House. Resettling refugees demonstrates our commitment to Canadians and to the world, that Canada understands that we can and must do more. And I am pleased to announce to this House that the first plane carrying Syrian refugees will be arriving in Toronto tomorrow evening at 9:15 p.m. and the second plane will arrive in Montreal on Saturday. Le premier avion apportant des réfugiés.
The first aircraft will arrive in Toronto tomorrow evening at 9:15, and the second will arrive on Saturday. It will be a great day.
A member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not just the finance minister who's using his position inappropriately. Now we know at least 4 other ministers are using their positions to fundraise for the Liberal Party. Oh. Airfare, hotel rooms, and access to ministers are being offered at an event this evening in return for generous donations to the Liberal Party.
That's shocking.
Will the Prime Minister put an immediate stop to this practice of selling access to his ministers?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The event referred to this evening is the Liberal Caucus Christmas Party. I know many people are looking forward to that event from across the country. Mr. Speaker, we're certainly hoping that you'll be able to attend, as I understand you have with other caucus Christmas parties as well. The important thing to note is the particular contest the member referred to did not require a donation, in fact, to enter the contest, and we're hopeful that many people will look forward to a very good evening tonight.
And the member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government cannot just excuse this kind of improper behavior. They're selling access to Christmas, so it would seem. The rules are actually very clear. Ministers are not allowed to use their positions for partisan purposes. But the Environment Minister has also used her position to recruit support for the Liberal Party. Now, this government left Canadians with the impression that they would do things differently. Can the Environment Minister assure Canadians that this will never happen again? Do we need to be your conscience all the time?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member referred to doing things differently. That's exactly what this government is doing. We're doing things in a more open and transparent way. Mr. Speaker, we're following all of the required rules with respect to fundraising, and people should understand that these events are normal events where Canadians have a chance to interact with all kinds of people who share public policy views, and we're proud to be interacting with Canadians at so many events across the country.
The member for Peace River Mackenzie have a problem? I'm glad he doesn't then. What's your writing? We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there's more. Last November 11th, the Minister of Veterans Affairs sent an email using his title as minister to raise funds for the Liberal Party. Not only did he use it inappropriately on on Remembrance Day, it was a violation of his Prime Minister's rules put forth for Cabinet. Does the Prime Minister not think that it's inappropriate for the Minister to use Remembrance Day and Veterans to promote the Liberal Party?
We're very proud of the work done by our Minister of Veterans Affairs. He's serving Canadians in an exemplary way. And I find it a little rich that somebody from across the aisle would be talking about using government resources for partisan purposes. One of the reasons why we're on this side of the aisle is because people got tired of that continued abuse of government resources.
Honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the problem doesn't stop there. On the contrary, because the problem comes from the top. The Prime Minister is now promoting a lottery, the Liberal lottery. People buy a ticket in order to get an opportunity to meet him in private and the members of his cabinet. That is unacceptable. It is unethical.
Can someone accept that situation? It's unethical, it's inappropriate. Can the Prime Minister assure the Canadian that he will reimburse the lottery money? Est-ce que le Premier ministre peut assurer...
Can the Prime Minister reassure Canadians that he will reimburse Canadians for that money taken in such an inappropriate way? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Liberal Party continues to hope and open events across the country. This evening, we will be having our Christmas party with 2,500 people from across the country. The reality is that to win that competition, there was no requirement to spend any money. There's nothing to be reimbursed. It's an example of being open and inviting people to come and celebrate the holidays with us. You are welcome as well if you'd like to come.
I thank the honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie for listening that time. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Transport Canada is investigating allegations that 57 rail cars were left parked on a mountain slope outside Revelstoke, BC, without proper handbrakes. After what we've learned from the Lac-Mégantic disaster, it's unbelievable that another train loaded with dangerous cargo may have been left unattended and another community put at risk. The Transportation Safety Board is reporting increased incidents of derailments, runaway trains, and violations of rail safety rules. Will this government get serious and enforce safety rules to prevent more rail disasters?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for her very valid question. We in this government care deeply about rail safety, especially after the tragic events of Lac-Mégantic, and I can assure you that we are looking into this at the moment. In fact, Transport Canada officials are specifically looking at this case, and we will report back when we have the final verdict. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Despite the unanimous support of this House for a motion that I tabled in the last session, the issue of non-designated airports has not been resolved. Let's talk about the Sherbrooke Airport. Can the Minister of Transport tell us where the situation is with respect to a mechanism that non-designated airports are waiting for that will enable them to sign agreements with air carriers, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Paul.
The Minister of Transport. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. In fact, there are 89 designated airports in Canada where security is provided by Transport Canada. We have put in place, or in fact the government, previous government put in place a mechanism to cover non-designated airports to give them access to the same safety system on a cost recovery basis. I know that the Sherbrooke Airport is included in the 6 that have applied for that. Thank you.
Honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, we know that tens of thousands of jobs are being lost in the energy sector because of low oil prices, because of overregulation, because of carbon taxes. And now there's more uncertainty from this Liberal government when it comes to pipelines. When the Prime Minister is in one part of the country, he supports Energy East. When he's in another part, he doesn't. For the sake of good jobs, would the Prime Minister tell Canadians today, does he support the Energy East pipeline?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Perhaps we should review the success of those on the other side of the House of getting pipelines built, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have already been in Alberta, and I have seen the results of this very low spot in the commodity cycle. And while the prices are low, Mr. Speaker, we will be modernizing the National Energy Board so when pipelines are built, they will have the confidence of Canadians.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, this government is all over the map when it comes to the energy sector. Sadly, not the Western Canadian map. Everything this government says contradicts their claims to be committed to a science-based policy and fair processes. In October, the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board stated, and I quote, "Pipelines are not going to be necessary because of their policies." Mr. Speaker, which member of this government will stand up and explain to Canadians why they're opposed to resource development, the lifeblood of the economies of rural Canada and the economy of Canada?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, 20% of the GNP of Canada rests in the natural resource sector. We are serious about moving those resources in a responsible way to export markets. And we'll do it in a way that's going to have the public confidence of Canadians. And we're going to do it by consulting Indigenous communities as well, Mr. Speaker.
Another member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, oil prices continue to decline and jobs in my province and the Canadian energy sector are being lost. Yet this Liberal government is abandoning the global consensus on temperature targets. Instead, they are supporting a radical environmental policy that will kill even more jobs. Even the Alberta NDP had to pause briefly on their attack on farmers to comment that this decision is extreme and will displace emissions and chase good Canadian jobs to other parts of the world. Why will this government not listen to Canadians and their mission to destroy our energy industry and the jobs that go with it?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, commodity prices are at an historic low. We are going to take advantage of this moment to look at the regulatory process. We are going to ensure that our resources get to international markets sustainably, and we care as much about those who are suffering from where we are in the cycle as anybody else in this chamber, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, it's just been revealed that my riding of Sydney, Victoria has the highest child poverty rate in Canada at 35%. And under the age of 6, it's 43%. This is unacceptable when our children are living in one of the wealthiest countries in the world. So my question is to the Minister of Finance. What will this government do to help these kids in Cape Breton and other kids in poverty around the country?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Sydney, Victoria. Poverty and inequality are not just problems for those individual Canadians. All of Canada is affected. I've seen it like the honourable member as I've gone door to door. That's why we have a plan to lift hundreds of thousands of Canadian children out of poverty. L'allocation canadienne pour enfants.
The Canada Child Benefit will improve the situation for 9 families out of 10. With investment in infrastructure, social infrastructure and affordable housing, we are going to fight poverty in Sydney, Victoria, Toronto Centre and across the country.
Niagara West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister recently announced that he would add $2.65 billion to the ever-increasing deficit to go towards international climate change funding in developing countries. Yet there wasn't a single mention of the spending promise during the campaign. Could the Minister of Development confirm if this commitment is in addition to the $1.2 billion that our Conservative government had committed? And where will this money come from? And will it come at the expense of those most vulnerable in developing countries?
The Honourable Minister of International Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First question.
Effectivement, le changement climatique.
Climate change is a global issue that is affecting all countries and all people, but specifically countries that are developing and the poorest countries. Canada has committed to put $2.6 billion in the years to come to help countries affected, and the majority of them will be developing countries. Official development assistance will use very specifically designed criteria, and I could, in fact, come back with further information on the issue later once the plan has been rolled out. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by congratulating the Minister of Heritage for her appointment and offer her my cooperation. Now, the board of CBC that was appointed by the Conservatives continues to make decisions that are somewhat odd. They are now abandoning their accommodations, and this is in fact something that lacks transparency and even will affect their production capacity. Will the government give the green light to Radio-Canada on this initiative? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his excellent question. Now, as you know, as Minister of Canadian Heritage, it's my obligation to ensure that there's arm's length the distance between Radio-Canada CBC and the Department of Canadian Heritage. Now, having said that, in my letter of mandate, it's my obligation to ensure or to review, in fact, the appointment process for the board, and I will ensure my colleague opposite and all colleagues that we will review the new process, and it will be put in place, of course, if everyone accepts it in the months to come. Thank you.
Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, November 25th marked the first day of 16 days of activism against gender violence. During these 16 days, we are reminded that violence continues to be a reality for far too many women and girls in Canada. As a former prosecutor, I've seen firsthand the effects of gender-based violence. Living a life free of violence is a basic human right, one that all Canadian women should expect. Can the Minister of Status of Women tell us what steps the government is taking to be a part of the solution to ending gender violence?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Thunder Bay, Rainy River. My experience has shown me that many different factors go into the woman's vulnerability to experiencing violence. Things like home, socioeconomic background, age, vulnerability due to disability. So violence against women is not acceptable, and it should never be tolerated in our society. And that's why I'm very pleased to announce that in the coming weeks, I'll be working on creating a federal violence strategy, anti-violence strategy with my provincial and territorial partners across the country. Really looking forward to getting started on this very important file. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, last June the Prime Minister offered this rationale for opposing a referendum. Quote, electoral reform has a lot of trouble getting through plebiscites. Well, no kidding. In 2007, only 37% of Ontarians supported MMP. How much better if we hadn't let that silly referendum prejudice the outcome of Ontario's electoral reform process. Now, fast forward to last October, and the federal Liberals won only 39% of the vote. So how exactly does 39% of the vote in an election constitute a better, clearer mandate for a specific form of electoral reform than 51% in a referendum?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time in 10 years, Canadians are being listened to. Change, and they voted for a change in our electoral process. We will be delivering on that commitment. I'll be working with the government House Leader to convene an all-party parliamentary committee to review the various electoral reform options available to us.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, on the 20th of February at the Montreal Chamber of Commerce, the Prime Minister promised that a Liberal government would immediately restore tax credits for Labour-sponsored funds in full. He repeated that throughout the campaign. These are an important economic tool. They're very much appreciated in Quebec. However, even if the mandate letter for the Minister of Finance calls upon him to restore these credits, and he says he wants to consult the minister, well, in fact, when would the minister take action on this important issue? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it is our intention to respect our commitment with respect to tax credits for contributions to Labour-sponsored funds. The government is committed to achieve the priorities in its plan, including tax measures. Our immediate priority, is to give a tax cut to middle-class Canadians as of January 1st, 2016, and that's why today the government will be moving forward with legislative measures that will reduce tax rates for the middle class.
I would like to draw the attention of honourable members to the presence in the gallery of the soon-to-be Honourable Dwight Ball, Premier Designate of Newfoundland and Labrador. The Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and if you seek it, you should find unanimous consent for the following motion, which I would like to read in both official language out of respect for members of the House and especially the member for Ottawa-Vanier. That this House, desiring to record its deep appreciation of the distinguished and faithful service to Parliament and to Canada of the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier, appoint this member honorary chair occupant on a day to be designated by the Speaker. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House, desiring to record its deep appreciation for the distinguished and faithful service to Parliament and to Canada of the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier, appoint this member honorary chair occupant on a day to be designated by the Speaker.
Take it from the reaction of the House, there's unanimous consent. Agreed? Carried. Tabling of documents. I have the honour, pursuant to Section 38 of the Access to Information Act, to lay upon the table the report of the Information Commissioner for this fiscal year ended March 31, 2015. Conformément à l'article 108.
Pursuant to Section 38 of the Access to Information Act, their Standing Order 38, the report is deemed referred to the committee.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Monsieur Dubé, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Dubé, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves to introduce an act to amend the Payments in Lieu of Taxes Act independent assessment. The motion is deemed adopted.
Député de Beloy,
The honourable member for Beloy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to speak too long because I know that we have a lot to do, but this was a commitment that I made during the election campaign, and I said I would raise this at the first opportunity.
Former MP for Halifax, Megan Leslie, who worked so hard on this issue, who seconded my bill in the last parliament. And thanks to her good work, if we get this bill adopted, Halifax will have a lot more money in their coffers and they'll get their fair share from the federal government as well. I'm looking forward to getting support as the Liberal candidate in my riding promised in the last election. Thank you.
Well done.
Mr. Dubé, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Dubé, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi
Will shall the bill be read a second time?
à la prochaine
At the next sitting of the House.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights and to make a related amendment to another act. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to again table a Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights. While similar measures have been enacted by the provinces and territories, no such law has been enacted at the federal level. This bill enacts domestic law into domestic law, international commitments made decades ago by Canada. First, it enshrines the right of Canadians to a healthy and ecologically balanced environment. Secondly, it enshrines the Government of Canada's public trust duty to protect the environment, including legislating and enforcing environmental protection laws. Third, it extends to Canadians the right to hold their government accountable through access to environmental information, participation in decisions impacting the health and environment, and standing to seek judicial intervention where those rights are denied. Passage of this bill has become all the more critical to redress the erosion of environmental rights and protections wrought by the previous government.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When should the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Choquette, seconded by Mr. Angus, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Supreme Court Act, Understanding the Official Languages. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak today on introducing this bill to amend the Supreme Court Act, understanding the official languages, and I want to do this also on behalf of the former member, Mr. Godin, who worked so hard on this, the member for Acadie-Bathurst, and we want the right for Canadians to be able to speak in their own language and to have Supreme Court judges be able to understand them. We therefore want justices to be required to understand both official languages, and this provides equality for both Anglophones and Francophones to justice. It is therefore very important for judges to be able to understand both official languages without interpretation, and I hope that this will be adopted during this Parliament. Mr. Choquette, seconded by Mr. Angus, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
Quand ce projet de loi sera
When shall the bill be read a second time?
à la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Garrison, seconded by Mr. Benson, by Ms. Benson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, Gender Identity and Gender Expression. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, Gender Identity and Gender Expression. This is in fact a bill that has been passed twice by the House of Commons, in the 40th Parliament and again in the 41st Parliament, each time only to be blocked by the unelected Senate.
Before we can take up consideration of this bill again, more than 5 years will have passed since this House first voted to explicitly guarantee transgender and gender-variant Canadians the same rights and protections the rest of us already enjoy. Meanwhile, transgender people continue to suffer from high levels of discrimination and all too often violence. I was pleased to hear the new government is prepared to act quickly on this fundamental rights question. I look forward to working with the Minister of Justice and members from all parties to make sure that either the government's bill or my bill is adopted as soon as possible. Since I introduced Bill C-279 in 2001, 7 provinces have added these same provisions to their human rights codes. Let's start down the road toward full equality for transgender Canadians by acting quickly to fill this significant gap in our human rights legislation.
Mr. Garrison, seconded by Ms. Benson, moves that the now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. What are we on to now?
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
First reading of Senate Public Bills. Thank you very much. Motions. I'm now prepared to propose for the ratification of the House a candidate for the position of Assistant Deputy Speaker and Assistant Deputy Chair of Committees of the Whole. Pursuant to Standing Order 8, I propose Mr. Anthony Rota. For the position of Assistant Deputy Speaker and Assistant Deputy Chair of the Committees of the Whole, this motion is deemed moved and seconded. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and I'm hopeful you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the Standing Committee on Finance may hold organizational meetings on December 9th, 2015, and that the membership of the said committee shall be as follows: Wayne Easter, Raj Grewal, Steve McKinnon, Jennifer O'Connell, Robert Falcon-Willett, Francesco Sorbara, Lisa Raitt, Ron Liepert, Phil McColman, and Guy Caron. And during its consideration of proceedings pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, the Standing Committee on Finance, together with any necessary staff, may travel within Canada and may authorize the broadcasting of its proceedings, and that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 83-1, the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to present its report on the pre-budget consultations no later than February 5th, 2016.
The Honourable Government House Leader said December 9th. I'm wondering if he means December 10th.
Today's the 9th.
Mr. Speaker, we were prepared to have organizational meetings on December 9th. If the Chair would like to change it to December 10th, I'm more than happy to do so, sir.
No, if you're ready to have those meetings, I encourage House leaders to get together and others to get together and do that. Does the Honourable Minister, Government House Leader, have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed? No. There's no consent.
Motion.
Any petitions now?
No. Special joint committees.
Who is it?
Okay, we're going to go presenting petitions.
Presenting petitions. Can you help me with the names of the petitions?
Yes.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as this is the first time I'm rising in the House, I'd like you, hope you can permit me to say thank you to the good people of Burnaby South for re-electing me. Also, thank you to my staff and to volunteers and, of course, my wife, Jeanette, for supporting me all the way through the election. I rise today to present a petition from many people in Burnaby who are opposed to the Kinder Morgan pipeline. I'm sure they'll be disappointed to hear today that the minister has decided to go ahead with the current NEB review process of that pipeline. I urge the government to pay careful attention to this petition, which has been signed by people, including those who were arrested at the protests in Burnaby Mountain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions in the order paper. Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, consideration of Ways and Means motion.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that a Ways and Means motion to amend the Income Tax Act be concurred in. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Calling the members. Question is the following one. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moved that a Ways and Means motion to amend the Income Tax Act be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lawson, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossier.
Mr. Bossier.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. DeMont.
Ms. DeMont.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Diodio.
Monsieur Diodio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Essassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mrs. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Sede.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu. Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Van Dijk.
Mr. Van Dijk.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Sweet.
Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mrs. Kwan.
Mrs. Kwan.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Madame
River.
Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr.
Ms.
O'Toole.
Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel. Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jenness.
Mr. Jenness.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Yeas pour 230, 230, nays contre 95, 95.
Declare the motion carried. Pursuant to Standing Orders 83-4 and 69-1, Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Pursuant to Standing Order 81-5, the House will now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to study all votes in the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2016. Je quitte maintenant.
I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
Quitte maintenant le fauteuil.
I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
Order. Order. Allowed. Je demande aux honorables députés qui souhaitent continuer leur conversation de quitter la Chambre.
I would ask those who wish to continue with their conversations to leave the chamber, as we would like to begin now.
Order. Order. We ready to start? Okay. Members will please take their seats. I just have a brief comment on today's committee proceedings. Allowed.
Order.
Today's general debate is today's debate is a general one on all votes tabled before the House on Monday, December the 7th. Pursuant to the provisions in the motion adopted on Friday, December the 4th, 2015, the total length of time for debate will not exceed 3 hours. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government and the New Democratic Party. After that, we will follow the usual proportional rotation. Les partis peuvent allouer.
The parties can use each 15-minute slot for speeches or for questions and answers by one or more of their members. In the case of speeches, members of the party to which the period is allotted may speak one after the other, though the time for speeches should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair would appreciate if the first member speaking in each slot would indicate how the time will be used, particularly if it is to be shared. When the time is used for questions and answers, the time for the minister's response will reflect approximately the time taken for the question. In addition, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be entertained.
I also wish to indicate that in Committee of the Whole, comments should be, as is the case in normal debate in this place, addressed to the chair. I ask for everyone's cooperation in upholding all established standards of decorum, parliamentary language, and behavior. I would also remind honourable members that in the Committee of the Whole format, members are permitted to take a seat in the chamber of their choosing. They don't have to be in their assigned seat in order to be recognized to participate in the debate. We will now begin this afternoon's session. The House in Committee of the Whole, pursuant to the Provisional Standing Order 81-5, consideration in Committee of the Whole for all votes in the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2016. The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Here. Here. Mr. Speaker, as a bulk of my questions questions will be related to the component of the estimates related to the Syrian Refugee Initiative. To the Parliamentary Secretary, for monies to be allocated to the Government Syrian Refugee Initiative included in the supplementary estimates B, can the Parliamentary Secretary provide a breakdown as to what programs, services, and initiatives these money will be allocated to?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
From Calgary Nose Hill for her question. In terms of the breakdown as has been provided, we have a aggregate amount of total budgetary expenditures of $280.2 million. That's for the fiscal year 2015-2016. That's comprised of a portion that includes operating expenditures of. We've got a salary portion, a non-salary portion, and a grants and contributions portion. The salary portion amounts to, there's an amount of $11.7 million. The non-salary portion is $166.3 million, giving a total operating expenditures of $178.0. An additional $99.9 million is comprised of what we call grants and contributions. So that's that's resettlement assistance program in two components, income support as well as reception facilities, as well as amounts in the amount of $10 million for settlement programs for service provider organizations.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know how many full-time equivalents are associated with those cost figures in the salary line, please.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Full-time equivalents for the member from Calgary Nose Hill is 72. And could you repeat the second part of the question?
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the province of Alberta has requested extra funding from the Minister of Immigration to help cover housing costs. When asked about this request in an interview in Calgary last week, the Minister was characterized as being non-committal about this request, saying, I'm not saying no, but we've already put close to $700 million on the table. How much of the $280 million included in these estimates will be dedicated to helping provincial governments cover the cost of housing in Syrian refugees?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We are, thank you, the member opposite for the question. In terms of working with the provinces, it is an ongoing process, and we are very thankful of the support that we've received around the country for what is truly a national project. We are engaged in active consultations with all of the provinces and the territories. We are making a significant federal government investment, but that is not the only investment, obviously, in this case. We've already spent $1 billion supporting the integration of immigrants across the country, and we'll be adding $300 million more in funding to that total as a result of this announcement. We're working with our partners on some ongoing settlement and integration challenges, including the high cost of housing refugees, and we recognize that securing housing is difficult. The Government of Canada already provides funding for government-assisted refugees.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
And I believe that the standing motion said to have equal access of time. This is a very pointed question. Does the supplementary estimates include additional money for provinces to cover the cost of housing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The answer is no.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, in the government's campaign platform, they calculated the cost of the Syrian Refugee Initiative to be at $250 million. Clearly, that is not attainable. I am wondering what cost assumptions changed between their campaign platform commitment and their revised target of 10,000 refugees.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for the question. In terms of the campaign commitment was in the order of $200 million, part being spent, large portions of that being spent in terms of the processing that's taking place overseas. As the honourable member knows, the campaign commitment includes a large number of refugees, and we were very committed to bringing in what is the largest number of refugees represented by the group of Five Eyes nations, for example. And we're presenting our policy as an example to the world, including all of the Western world, in terms of what we are providing. The costing differentiation, to directly answer your point, is a result of the investigations that we've undertaken in terms of how to facilitate the processing and to take into account a concern raised many times by the members opposite.
Order. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, then would my parliamentary secretary colleague characterize the Liberal platform as not fully costed, given that it did not include the entire commitment for this refugee initiative?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't understand the question. Did I characterize the platform as not fully costed? Was that the question?
To re-emphasize, given that this expenditure exceeds what was put in the Liberal platform, was their platform not fully costed?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
The platform has been fully costed at all points in time, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps that's a source of amusement for my friend opposite, but that is the accurate truth. When you decide to roll out a program, you find that there are expenses that may arise that you may not have anticipated. We have costed...
Order. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill on a point of order.
I have other questions. That was a very brief question. It was a yes or no question. I only took 5 seconds, and he was going on with platitude. My question to my colleague is this. If he's defining a fully costed platform as something that is well over what they budgeted in the platform, perhaps he doesn't understand what fully costed is, but I'll continue. Mr. Speaker, the Settlement and Refugee Assistance Program, or the acronym is RAP, assists immigrants and refugees overcome barriers and better participate in social, cultural, civic, and economic life in Canada. Most of these services are designed and delivered by service provider organizations. These organizations apply for funds via call for proposals. Today, the Minister announced that the new contribution agreements would be put on hold until 2017 due to their Syrian refugee initiative. Yesterday, when the Minister said that other immigration services would not be affected by the refugee admission timeline, was he ignorant to this issue, or did he just mislead the House?
The honourable member, before we have actually 2 points of order at this point. Back to the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill on her earlier point, and she transitioned into her next question. Just for all honourable members' benefit, it's true, as I indicated in the opening comments, that generally speaking, the respondent should try and put their time in approximate amount of time as the time taken to pose the question. That said, members posing questions should be of the understanding that if the brief question would constitute a rather more complex answer, then the chair will give appropriate time for the minister or a parliamentary secretary to respond. So to some extent, yes, we try to make sure the time is balanced, but at the same time, the idea of Committee of the Whole is to have a free-flowing exchange, and to the degree possible, we should try and make sure that the information can be exchanged back and forth in a reasonable fashion. So we'll be watching the balance of time closely, but if it requires a complex response, then time will be given to allow for that. Now, the honourable member for Winnipeg North. It's okay. All right. Okay. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
So, in terms of, and far be it from me to utter platitudes, as my friend opposite has indicated, trying to answer the questions as clearly as I can. If they're articulated in a clear manner, you'll get a clear answer, my friend. In terms of the resettlement assistance program, service providers will receive a 25% increase to this year's funding to $3.6 million to ensure they have the supports in place as soon as refugees arrive. Over the next 4 years, a total of $335 million will be used for settlement and resettlement services, both in Canada and abroad, in stages as Syrian refugees' needs arise. To return to the previous response, if it wasn't clear enough for my friend opposite, the $678 million in terms of our full costing is aggregated over a 5-year time span, not a single year. So perhaps that adds clarity to my response previously. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I find my colleague opposite's condescension quite refreshing from the party of sunny ways. Mr. Speaker, my colleague did not answer my question. The costs associated with this program are predicated on the assumption that other service lines within CIC will not be affected. The question that I asked, given the press release today saying that there will be a decision around the call for proposals that will be off-put, will service lines such as the spousal sponsorship program be seeing extended delays? And if not, what resources have been allocated to ensure that that is not so?
Excellent question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
So it's a completely different category, am I addressing you as Mr. Chair or Mr. Speaker at this point? Mr. Chair, it's a completely different category, Mr. Chair, so there is no impact that we anticipate because it is a different category.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
So to clarify, the parliamentary secretary does not expect to have any service impacts, any increase in service timelines in any other CIC stream due to the Syrian Refugee Initiative.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We are continuing to process the other lines of business within the Ministry of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship as we had in the past. And at this point, what I can indicate to my friend opposite is that we do not anticipate any impact on those processes.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
What is the total number of Mr. Speaker, what is the total number of government-sponsored refugees and over what time period that the government is using to base its cost calculations upon?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So the total number of government-assisted refugees that we are anticipating is there is 25,000 in total by December 31st of 2016, and that will be made up of 15,000 by February 29th of 2016.
The Honourable Member.
Speaker, on December the 3rd, the Minister of Immigration was quoted in the Toronto Sun as suggesting that the number of government-sponsored refugees could go as high as 50,000. Is my colleague opposite saying that they are capping it at a number below that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. My apologies for my delay, but my colleague did a really good job, and I was greeting 50 children with cards for the new refugees. And in terms of your question, was it about, I must have missed it, I was changing seats. Perhaps you could ask it again?
So we won't take time away. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, what is the total number of... So, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Immigration, his parliamentary secretary said that the total number of refugees would be capped at a number less than 50,000, yet the minister was quoted in the Toronto Sun as saying that the figure could go as high as 50,000. And I'd like the minister to explain to the House which number he's basing his cost calculations on the Syrian Refugee Initiative.
La Ministre de l'Immigration.
The Honourable Minister.
Those two numbers are not inconsistent with each other. I said a range of 35 to 50,000. 35 is the minimum, and the actual number is yet to be determined by Cabinet.
Number of government-sponsored refugees has yet to be determined by Cabinet. How can anybody in the House have any sort of confidence in the figures that the government are putting forward with regard to the total budgetary figures around the cost of the Syrian Refugee Initiative?
The Honourable Minister.
Doesn't listen, then she'll be confused. The number of government-sponsored refugees is fixed at 25. And we have 10 coming in that are private. That's a minimum of 35, which is fixed. Whether it's where it is between 35 and 50 depends on a cabinet decision still to be taken. But there's absolute clarity in terms of what I just said.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Is the minister suggesting that there are no extra costs associated with private-sponsored refugees to the federal government?
The Honourable Member. Minister.
Not at all what I am suggesting. The costs, however, are much less than the costs associated with government-assisted refugees.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, is the cost associated with waiving the immigration loan program for the number of refugees coming to the country under the initiative included in these estimates or in the government's cost estimates around the program to date?
Indeed, they are.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, could the minister explain what the total cost of that will be and what his cost assumptions are around that figure?
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
I'm not sure which cost the member is referring to. If it's the total cost of the whole initiative, the number is just under $700 million. If she is referring to the cost of my department, I have to put my glasses on here. The total cost of my department would be $278 million. If she's talking about the settlement and community integration costs, is $108. So if she can tell what cost she's referring to, I'll try to answer.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
What is the total cost associated with waiving the immigration loan program, and what number of refugees are they using to assume the cost of calculation around that figure?
La Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
The cost of waiving the immigration loan program. I do not have that number, but I will get back to her with it as soon as I can get my hands on it.
The honourable member.
To be clear, the minister said that the immigration loan program waiver was included in their budget estimates, but does not have that figure in front of him at the present time.
The honourable minister.
$34.5 million for resettlement assistance program to provide 12 months of income support for clients whose income is insufficient to provide for their needs and/or the needs of their dependents.
The honourable member.
I'll take that as a yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to return my focus back to housing. Affordable housing is a concern across Canada. There's a big delta between what is average rent in some cities that we're expected to see the refugees going to and what the federal government is providing to refugees on an annual basis for support. I'm wondering if the government has calculated what that delta is and if they intend to increase their allocation to Syrian refugees. If so, what is the total expected cost, and is the cost reflected in these estimates?
The honourable minister.
Well, as I indicated earlier, the total amount the federal government is putting on the table is just under $700 million. It is our view that this is a national project, and the cost should be shared with the private sector and other levels of government. And I am extremely encouraged at the response to date in the private sector. Many have come back already to provide free or subsidized lodging, and I am very confident that many more will be to come. So it'll be a great national effort, including not only government but private sector as well.
This will be the last question in this round. The honourable member for Calgary Rose Hill. Nose Hill.
Rose Hill works too. I'm sure the constituents would be okay with that, Mr. Speaker. The question that I have relates to the question of using private companies to provide housing for Syrian refugees. The minister has said that many of these organizations are providing these housing units at a reduced or free cost. What sort of contracts will be entered into to ensure that that stays the case, and over what period of time? What sort of guarantees are the government providing to these companies, if anything, to ensure that this stays the case, and what is the cost associated with the same?
The honourable minister of Immigration and Refugees.
I think the member is unnecessarily suspicious of the private sector. My first reaction is gratitude when the private sector offers to provide free or subsidized housing. I think she should also be grateful to the private sector for coming forward in this way. Any kind of contractual arrangements will be dealt with. In large measure, the refugees have not arrived yet. These companies have made a very generous offer, and the details will be worked out with them. But the primary reaction from me, at least, and from the government is to say, thank you very much, private sector, for your help.
Resuming debate. La reprise de débat. L'honorable President du Conseil.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I am delighted to be here with you today, Mr. Chair. Honourable colleagues, I want to thank you for this opportunity to discuss the supplementary estimates. I'll be splitting my time today with the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. As parliamentarians, one of our greatest responsibilities is our fiduciary obligation to Canadians. For our system to function properly, parliamentarians must have access to the information they need to hold the government accountable. C'est pourquoi l'ouverture et la transparence accrue des activités.
That's why increasing openness and transparency in the operations of the government was a fundamental theme in our electoral platform. It's also why we're committed to strengthening this process, beginning with the supplementary estimates B that will be discussed today.
Timing of the recent election, the fall parliamentary session is opening much later than usual, and the committees have not yet been struck. As a result, there's not enough time or structure in place for the typical process where departments and agencies seek approval for supplementary estimates from the relevant parliamentary committees. The reality we face is that committees have made, or rather that commitments made by the previous government led to urgent financial requests by many departments and agencies in the lead-up to the election. This in turn led to cash flow pressures for the government. In keeping with the rules and authorities provided by this House, we had a few different options after the election for dealing with this situation. One option would have been to drain the government's contingency reserve, otherwise known as Treasury Board Vote 5, and then to use special warrants. This is what many governments have done in the past. However, this would have involved a smaller role for Parliament, and it would have reduced the government's ability to respond to large, unforeseen events in the coming months before the end of the next supply period. We felt that tabling supplementary estimates was the most open, transparent, and responsible option available to us given the circumstances. Recognizing that this Parliament is very new, we have limited these estimates to the most urgent requirements, including a vote to replenish the government's $750 million contingency fund. Between January and July 2015, the previous government used up $520 million, or more than two-thirds of that fund. This money went to items as large as $233 million to AECL for its operations, $99 million to Health Canada for Aboriginal health programs, and as small as $5,100 to Library and Archives Canada for changes in the exchange rate. Going forward, we will take steps to make it easier for parliamentarians to scrutinize government spending. One way that we will do this is by ensuring that information provided in the budget, estimates, and public accounts is better aligned. This will help us better manage our spending plans, both in terms of how we ask for Parliament's approval of these plans and how we report what was actually spent.
Improvements in better aligning our processes will make it possible to minimize government lapses going forward.
These improvements will also ensure that authorities provided by Parliament are used by departments to provide timely, effective programs and services to Canadians. We will also publish cost analysis of legislation before Parliament. Mr. Chair, the Government of Canada is firmly committed to providing parliamentarians with the tools they need to make informed decisions and to fulfill their fiduciary obligation to Canadians. And I look forward to working with my honourable colleagues from both sides of this House, from all parties, on these commitments so that we can work together to strengthen Parliament's oversight of government spending. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Winnipeg, I'd like to recognize the member from Winnipeg Centre, is it?
Winnipeg North, close enough.
Winnipeg North.
Close enough. Madam Chair, I appreciate getting recognized. I thank my colleague for his presentation and appreciate the fact that in Treasury Board you really get a good sense of the numbers. And I'm wondering maybe if he could just provide some comment or even possibly some clarity in regards to some of the things that are the members responded to in his short comments that relate directly to the throne speech that have been provided, just to kind of give us a better sense in terms of how the two work together.
The President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my colleague and friend from Winnipeg North for his question and his hard work in this place. One of the things that our Prime Minister and our party committed to in the election is more openness and transparency and more respect for Parliament. One of the best ways to accomplish that is to better align budget processes with the estimates process. And that is one of the things that we are working hard in Treasury Board, but also across government agencies and departments in the coming months, particularly as we lead up to a budget, and we will work with the Minister of Finance to do so, to better align budget process with estimates process. And I think that demonstrates respect for taxpayers, but also respect for Parliament and citizens of Canada.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To the President of the Treasury Board, I understand that one of the key priorities for his department and a campaign promise of our government is to reform the access to information regime. Could we have perhaps the President of the Treasury Board shed a little more light on what the short-term plans are, or the roadmap for the reforms that have been committed to?
Thank you. The President of the Treasury Board has 26 seconds to answer.
I thank the member for Charlottetown for his question. I've actually met with the Information Commissioner, Madame Legault, recently, and we discussed the way forward to honour our commitment in the platform. We're going to also engage Parliament in this. Access to information and the default being that Canadians deserve to know is the principle behind our platform and behind our government's commitment to expanding access to information and more open and transparent government.
Resuming debate. Okay. The Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Resuming debate.
So, Madam Speaker, this means I get to give a speech? 10 minutes.
I see 5.
5 minutes. Well,
that's half.
Well, thank you.
You're good at numbers.
I thank you, Madam Chair. And when I was late arriving, I didn't really have time to explain, but I just wanted to take the time to say that I was not at all disturbed to be late because things were in the able hands of my honourable parliamentary secretary. But the reason I was out is that our member from Davenport had all these young students up there, and they had all produced cards to welcome the refugees from Syria that are all coming tomorrow night. And so they wanted me to go and talk to them, and they asked me some very intelligent questions, these 12-year-olds. I mean, quite impressive compared to the questions I've heard so far in the House. And I was quite bowled over. And it's not that the questions in the House were of low quality. It's just that the questions from these young Canadians was of such high quality that I was totally bowled over. And I was very happy to meet with them. And one thing I told them, you know, just last weekend, I went to an apartment in West Toronto. It could have even been Davenport. And the people in the apartment were preparing this apartment for the arrival of Syrian refugees, a mother and her 5 children. And I helped them set up the bed in the apartment. And then the little girl of about 10 years old, she taught me how to say, "Welcome to Syria, welcome to Canada," in Arabic, so that I could, when they came, say that to them. And she had to tell me 2 or 3 times, but I think it's properly said, "Ahlan wa sahlan fi Canada." So that, from the words of a 10-year-old girl helping to set up an apartment to welcome the Syrian refugees, she was my teacher. So if I ever get to meet the Syrian refugees coming on the plane, and when they arrive in Canada, I'll know what to say. I'll say, "Ahlan wa sahlan fi Canada." So I think it's a good little expression for all of us in this House to learn, because, as I've said many times, this is not just a governmental project, certainly not a Liberal project, because all parties in this House have supported it. All provincial governments across the land have supported it. Even the Governor-General, who is the precise definition of nonpartisan, was leading the charge. But beyond that even, it's not just governmental at all. It's all Canadians, including the business people to whom I was referring earlier, who have come forward. People with thick wallets and big hearts have come forward to provide free or subsidized accommodation to help us to meet the requirements of the refugees. And so I am sure there are some trials along the way, but I am sure in the end we will welcome them, not only with a smile, but also with a roof over their heads, and we will provide them with the necessary language training, all of which is covered in our cost estimates, which brings back the relevancy to this debate. And And health care and interim federal health is now fully restored for the Syrian refugees. And before too long, after they're housed and healthy and know a little bit of English or French, they will be out in the labor market. And so I think across the country, we are also seeing various groups help our newcomer friends who will be, some of them are here already, and tomorrow evening will be the first full plane load. And so then they will come in larger numbers, and I am sure all Canadians will welcome them, and soon they will become productive workers here. And my colleague here comes from Nova Scotia, and I can tell you, among the provinces most enthusiastic to welcome the refugees are provinces with a more sharply aging population than some of the rest of us, like New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, are really keen to take lots and lots of refugees. And so I think from coast to coast across the whole of Canada,
aging sharply.
We will, not you personally, but some of your compatriots, and I might include myself in that list, but still going strong. And so I've lost my train of thought. It must be a sign. It must be a sign of aging. But my point is that across the whole country, Canada is giving a very, very warm welcome to all these Syrian refugees who will soon be Canadians like all of us.
Here, here, here.
Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair. I commend the Honourable Minister and the Minister of Health and the Minister of Defence for making the effort to go all the way to Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, and that whole area to actually view the situation on the ground. I want to put that in contrast to a conversation I had at church on Sunday with a good friend of mine who is Syrian. And his comment to me was that no Christian would ever go to a refugee camp. I frankly found that to be quite surprising. But there is, a huge sectarian conflict going on with Yazidis and Druze and Chaldeans and Syriacs, etc. And I want to have some assurance that when Canada is welcoming these refugees from these camps, that in fact that there is no preferential way in which they are being treated, or there is an equal opportunity for all religious groups to qualify for the generosity that Canada is extending to these refugees.
The Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship has 40 seconds to answer.
40 seconds. Well, I assure you there is no discrimination. Our one and only criterion for selection is vulnerability, and we accept people who are vulnerable irrespective of religion. And I can also assure the member that the people listed on the UN list in Jordan, for example, only about 15% are in camps, 85% are spread around the rest of the country. So I think that addresses one of the issues that was raised to you.
Questions and comments? A very short question from the member from Fredericton.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for his comments. And I'd also like to thank him for recognizing the tremendous mobilization effort afoot in New Brunswick. Tremendous community organizations in my community, the Multicultural Association of Fredericton, the military community, Red Cross, local religious groups and individuals. Maybe the Minister could comment a little bit further about the community mobilization afoot in other communities like mine, and perhaps about the reception ongoing right now in New Brunswick for the benefit of this committee.
Seconds, let me just say that your province was one of the only two where the Premier himself actually got heavily engaged and is really enthusiastic, and he was offering employment opportunities, talking about that, as well as just a place to live, also a job prospect. So I would say New Brunswick was among the most enthusiastic provincial governments with whom I've spoken.
I now move to the member from Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll be using my time for questions and answers. My first question to the Minister is this. Can the Minister inform the House how much of the $178 million for the operating expenditures as citizenship and immigration will go towards processing refugee applications overseas?
The Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do have figures on that. In terms of staff for logistical and delivery services, those who are overseas, in terms of processing overseas, because I also have transportation, overseas, they're broken down. I have overseas living costs for staff, which is $6.4 million. I have visa officers deployed overseas, which is $4.7 million. I have logistical and service delivery activities, $2.3 million. I'd have to add them up to get a total figure for the full category you mentioned, but I do have some of the components.
The member from Vancouver East.
Thank you. And how much of the $178 million will go towards processing applications for private sponsorships? So I'm trying to get the separation between the two categories.
Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Well, they are combined, the processing for private and government together. I don't have a breakdown for that, but I think I have a somewhat better numbers for your first question, which includes both private and government. Processing costs overseas are $6.9 million. Travel costs for temporary duty and support staff are $6.4 million. Logistical support for overseas operations, $1.3 million. Emergency locally engaged staff, meaning not Canadian, but locally engaged, $0.9. And then there is a contingency of 20%. So if you include all of that, it comes to $19.1 million.
Thank you very much. I just want to indicate and reiterate the fact that when the questions are asked and the answers have to be about the same length as the questions. So I just want to remind the Minister to try and stay within that timeline. The member from Vancouver East.
Will the government meet its target to have 2,000 government-assisted refugees in Canada by December 31?
Of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
That is certainly the objective to which we are working very hard to achieve, and we had good news yesterday about the exit visa issue being resolved in Lebanon.
La députée de Vancouver East.
The Ministry has committed $14 million for personnel and $156 million for professional and special services. Can the Minister explain if this means that the Department will be relying on consultants rather than full-time staff?
The Minister d'Immigration, des Réfugiés et de...
Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
A second item that you mentioned is not for consultants. We are relying on our own staff.
La députée de Vancouver East.
What's the $156 million for then?
Minister of Immigration and Refugees and Citizenship.
Oh, yes, yes. IOM, so I guess you could call them consultants if you wish, but the International Organization for Migration is a wonderful organization whose director was just here, and it is their responsibility to do all the logistical work for us in terms of lining up refugees, arranging transport, and that kind of thing.
Minister de Vancouver East, la députée.
The Minister announced this morning that the interim federal health program is being restored for all Syrian refugees. Can the Minister confirm whether or not that the restored interim federal health program is available to all refugees?
Ministre d'Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As right now, it is available totally to Syrian refugees, and medical practitioners in provinces have been informed of that. In a very short time, the whole thing will be fully restored, but that second component of it has not yet been announced.
Député de Vancouver East.
Does the Minister have a timeline?
Ministre d'Immigration.
Clearly in our platform, the judge said it was cruel and unusual not to offer it, so we are going to do it as soon as we possibly can.
The member from Vancouver East.
Is the funding for the interim federal health program included in these supplemental estimates, and if so, how much?
Minister of Immigration.
It is certainly included. I don't have, I believe it's about $6 million, but if that's wrong, I'll let you know in a future question.
Member from Vancouver East.
And that's assuming that's just for the Syrian refugees then?
The Minister. The member from Vancouver East. Oh, the Minister.
Sorry, I was right. 6.0 million. That's the right answer.
Wow. The member from Vancouver East.
How much of the $11 million for settlement will go to the municipalities to assist with settlement costs?
Immigration?
The general procedure is that the costs borne by the federal government go to settlement agencies, who then provide that funding to the refugees themselves and to language training and things of that nature, and not to municipalities directly.
From Vancouver East.
Assuming local governments will assume costs in welcoming the refugees, is there any amount allocated from the supplemental estimates that would be going to municipalities to support them in this work?
Immigration.
No, not directly. As I said, this is a national project, so we expect all levels of government, all Canadians in all walks of life to do their part. So not every dollar spent by a municipality will be reimbursed by the federal government.
From Vancouver East.
How much of the $11 million for settlement services will go to the settlement agencies then?
Minister of Immigration.
The settlement and community integration is $108.2 million will go to resettlement assistance programs. So that is a very major part of the expenditure, substantially more than $11 million.
Vancouver East.
Is the allocation based on the number of refugees that is assisted by the agency?
The Minister of Immigration?
Not precisely, but by and large, yes. For example, every refugee family receives income approximately equal to social assistance. Every refugee receives language training, health care. So pretty well that's proportional per capita to the number of refugees.
Vancouver East.
The supplementary estimates include the $3.6 million in additional funding announced this morning?
The Minister from Immigration. The member from Vancouver East.
The provinces are going to face extra costs as well because of the influx of the refugees, including in the area of education, amongst other things. Will the government be reimbursing the provinces for those additional costs?
Minister from Immigration.
I can't read my deputy's writing, but by and large, my same answer, yeah, she says provincial. That's what I was going to say. As I said, it's a national project. All levels of government are expected to do their share. The federal government is already putting up almost $700 million, which is a lot of money. And so provinces are responsible for education. So we expect provinces to pay for education without being reimbursed by the federal government.
Member from Vancouver East.
What kind of support will the federal government be providing to help with the refugees to find long-term affordable housing? Is that all going to be dependent on donations?
Minister of Immigration.
This is a short-term humanitarian act involving donations. In the medium term, it's of great benefit for Canada. They will require, many of these refugees, some assistance in the short run on income, on housing, because they've just arrived from a miserable part of the world and they are here. So they will require a little bit of time, but sooner rather than later, they will get jobs. And we've already talked about jobs in New Brunswick and elsewhere. They will find jobs, as was the case with refugees in previous times from Vietnam and other places. And so I am very confident, with some assistance from the business community and Canadians, that the great majority of our new Canadian friends will become gainfully employed and will be net contributors to Canada. So it's a short-term cost.
The member from Vancouver East.
Well, thank you. I have no doubt that many of the refugees would be successful in the long term. But just trying to nail down in terms of the housing aspect, because the cost of housing is super expensive, not just in the city of Vancouver, but really in many, many parts of Canada as well. And so then on that note, could the minister advise what is the budget for the temporary accommodations that's included in the supplemental estimates here?
Immigration.
I don't have a precise number for that. I could try to find it, but I know that our budget does include funding for temporary housing and assistance in finding permanent housing. The refugees can pay a part of the rent out of their own income, which is at social assistance levels. But we do have a gap, and I've been honest with Canadians. We have a gap on the housing front, and that's why we are very grateful to the private sector for coming to our help with this part of the program.
The member from Vancouver East.
Yes, very familiar with people on income assistance trying to seek housing to which they cannot get because simply it's not affordable. So for the refugees who are coming here, so is it the minister's anticipation then that where the income assistance portion is not going to provide sufficient support for them to get that housing, that the private sector will step in and provide that housing for the 25,000 government-sponsored refugees?
Minister of Immigration.
I wouldn't go that far. I think the help will come from a variety of sources, but I do think the private sector has already stepped in to provide assistance on the housing front, and for that I am most grateful, and I do expect to see more.
The member from Vancouver East.
So there's nothing here for permanent housing in the supplemental estimates. In the event that a refugee comes and they're not able to get that permanent housing that is affordable to them, and there's no charitable organization or the private sector available to assist, will the minister then provide support in that regard?
The Minister of Immigration.
Well, that question has a dozen hypotheticals, so I don't think I can answer it. I've given you the outline of our programs. I think we're providing close to $700 million. I think that is a generous amount, and I think other Canadians should, and I believe will, come to the aid of the party as well for philanthropic reasons, among others, because Canadians are a generous people, and they are already indicating that generosity.
Member from Vancouver East.
How much of the $178 million will go towards health screenings?
Immigration.
Health screening or health care? Well, I don't think the health screening is a part of that component. The interim health care is $6 million for after they get to Canada. The health screening occurs overseas, and that is a part of the screening for security and for health. I'll have to wait a minute before I can get the exact number on the cost of health screening.
From Vancouver East.
So maybe as the minister getting that, could I also then get the cost for the security portion?
Minister of Immigration.
We're still looking for both, and I can give them to you two in one, the security and the health together when we find them.
From Vancouver East.
The anticipation that the health component will also cover the mental health costs in terms of services and provisions for the refugees who may need them.
That's a very good question, which we discussed when we had our meeting together. And in the short run, when they're under the extended interim federal health care, certainly counseling is covered. But when they go on to the provincial health care system, it's really up to the provincial health care system in terms of what level of services in the various health areas are provided.
Député de Vancouver East.
Yes, thank you. In our briefing, I asked the minister that question because the issue, of course, is that some of the challenges in terms of mental health, trauma, etc., may not manifest itself in the immediate term. So for the long term, where would the support come from? And I understand now from the minister that that cost will be borne by the provinces. Could the minister please advise the charter flights that will be arriving daily after this week? Is that going to be the case that they'll be arriving daily after this week?
Yes, d'immigration.
I cannot give precise dates. It may be on some days we have more than one flight arriving. There may be the odd day when we don't have any, but there will be a large volume of flights arriving through the remainder of this month and into the next year.
The member from Vancouver East.
Can the minister advise, has the government received feedback from the UNHCR on its decision to exclude single young men from resettlement as government-assisted refugees?
Yes, d'immigration.
Policy. Yeah, in fact, we are following guidelines that the United Nations itself has put forward, so they wouldn't condemn us for using their own criteria. On the contrary, the head of the UNHCR was extremely complimentary to Canada, saying if there was one country in the world which could achieve this ambitious settlement plan, that country's name was Canada. So we are working extremely closely and positively with both the UNHCR and the IOM.
The member from Vancouver East, last question.
How much in the supplemental estimates are allocated for contingency?
The Minister of Immigration.
Well, on operating expenditures, it's 20%. On non-salary, it's 20%. On votes and contributions, it's 10%. And in terms of your previous question, visa officers sent overseas to conduct interviews, process cases, and issue visas, that comes to $4.7 million.
We now move to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Here. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I propose to allocate my time with remarks of about 10 minutes and then question and answer. I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the Government of Canada to speak about how we will strengthen our access to information system, a key issue facing Treasury Board. We firmly believe that government data and information should be open by default in formats that are modern and easy to use. We promise to deliver an improved access to information system because we are committed to holding the democratic principles of openness and transparency. We recognize that Canadians cannot meaningfully participate in a democracy without having the information they need. Indeed, we believe that information that Canadians paid for belongs to Canadians. They have every right to access it. To that end, we will review the Access to Information Act to ensure it provides the openness and accountability Canadians expect. We will ensure that the government is fair, open, and accountable to all Canadians. Reviewing the Access to Information system will also bring greater transparency, open the doors for greater public participation in governance, and support the Government of Canada's commitment to evidence-based decision-making. Canada's access to information legislation hasn't been substantially updated since 1983. How much our world has changed since then. The proliferation of personal technology like smartphones has altered so many aspects of our lives. We recognize that technology in all forms is changing how citizens interact with their government in powerful ways. So, in the coming months, we will look at ways to align Canada's access to information system with those modern realities. Releasing information in easy-to-use formats, which will ensure that Canadians have meaningful access to their government, is one of the most important and substantive changes we can make. Our review of the Access to Information system will explore, among other updates, how we can make usable formats a reality. Another part of our commitment to openness involves eliminating barriers wherever we can. We committed to Canadians that we would eliminate fees for accessing government information, with the exception of the initial fee for filing a request. We believe that Canadians should not have to foot the bill for information that belongs to them. In addition to reducing financial barriers, we will look at reducing systemic barriers. For example, we will examine ways to expand the scope of the Access to Information Act so that it applies to the Prime Minister's office, to ministers' offices, and to bodies that support Parliament and the courts. We will do this because we know that Canadians want us to pull back the curtain on the factors that influence the decisions that affect their lives. Canadians expect to know how and why decisions are made on their behalf, though we also acknowledge the valid and important reasons behind protecting some information. These reasons include protecting Canadians' personal information, withholding information that would put someone's safety or national security at risk, and ensuring that officials can provide full, free, and frank advice to the government. We will work with all stakeholders to strike the right balance. The government also recognizes that Canadians want and deserve easier access to their own personal information. We will explore ways to strengthen this aspect of the existing system. We want to create a system that is more nimble, responsive, and convenient. These kinds of sweeping changes cannot happen in a vacuum. We look forward to working with the Information Commissioner and other interested Canadians on the review of the Access to Information Act. In fact, we consider the Information Commissioner to be an important partner in our review of Canada's access to information system. Indeed, we heard earlier on the answer to a question from the President of Treasury Board that initial contact, that initial meeting, that initial approach has already taken place. No access to information regime is complete without meaningful and effective oversight. We promised Canadians that we would find ways to empower the Office of the Information Commissioner to order government information to be released in situations where doing so would be in keeping with the purposes of the Access to Information Act. We look forward to working with the Information Commissioner to foster a strong and responsive access regime. We also recognize that this can't be a one-of initiative. We've been witness to many challenges in society and in technology since our access to information legislation came into force in 1983. We need to find ways to ensure that the system continues to grow and change alongside us. We can't allow our access to information practices to become stagnant. A vibrant and evolving access to information system will support a strong, open, and transparent democracy. One way to ensure the continued strength of the access to information system is to undertake a full legislative review of the Access to Information Act every 5 years. Legislative reviews provide an important opportunity for Canadians to have their say on access rights and to help us ensure that the system continues to meet their needs. Given the importance of these changes and their complexity, the government will take the time necessary to hear from interested Canadians on this issue and to fully examine all the options. We will come forward with proposals to enhance and build on the existing strengths in the system. These are early days. We'll announce more details about the review in the coming months. We look forward to working with all the stakeholders to ensure that we develop balanced, reasonable, and feasible proposals. I welcome the input from the committee members gathered here on ways that we can enhance our access to information regime. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have 8 minutes for questions and comments. Questions and comments.
It covered it all. It covered it all. It covered it. You nailed it. An amazing speech.
Questions and comments? The member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson. The member made reference to freedom access of information. One of the major platforms of the party was to deal with access. We can recall, the member will recall, it wasn't that long ago where the Prime Minister, then leader of the Liberal Party, took the initiative on proactive disclosure, believing in the importance of transparency and accountability. And I think that that had a great deal of influence in wanting to move forward and show more transparency and accountability, which seems to be a very common thread for the Prime Minister. And I'm wondering if the member might want to reflect on the importance of issues such as proactive disclosure. I'm sure he recalls that. And ultimately, how access to information is just yet another step of what seems to be something that's ultimately very important to our Prime Minister and, in fact, to the Liberal Party of Canada.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague and friend from Winnipeg North that can always be counted upon to raise interesting points and where necessary to ensure that the debate is as fulsome and as comprehensive as it can possibly be on virtually any given topic. And the two topics that he raised in the question were proactive disclosure and the commitment of the Prime Minister. And there is no question that under the leadership of the present Prime Minister, it was the Liberal Party that indeed led the way with respect to proactive disclosure of expenses here in the House of Commons, did so on a voluntary basis almost immediately after his appointment as leader. Eventually, other parties came along. Eventually, the rules were changed such that the process that was put in place by our party was adopted by the House of Commons as a whole. The other element of the question is the Prime Minister's personal commitment to open government. In the private members' bill that was brought forth by the then member from Papineau, it was about open government. That was when it came his time on the lottery. That was the topic he chose. Now, it was defeated by the then government, but now we will see it come into government policy through the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Vancouver Centre? No. Oh, the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the Treasury Board sets the rules that establish how people, public funds, and government assets are managed. The Treasury Board reviews departmental investment plans and makes decisions that affect services to Canadians. So essentially, this is about government's function to serve Canadians well and continuously improve how we do so. So I'd like to ask my colleague from Charlottetown how he sees improving the access to information of citizens and organizations to be part of carrying out that mandate of serving Canadians better.
Secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre de la Justice.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Madam Chair, it really comes back to bringing government into 2015, into modern times. We have an access to information system that hasn't been overhauled since 1983. And if we look at what has happened in terms of technology, when we look at what has happened in terms of the information age and the availability of information online, we're way behind. Legislatively, we're way behind. We're way behind society in terms of what their demands are, in terms of what their expectations are, and in terms of the degree to which they want to be involved and informed in the decisions that affect their everyday lives. And that is really what this is about. It's a long overdue modernization to give Canadians what they want.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Le secrétaire parlementaire. Or le président du Conseil.
The President of the Treasury Board.
I want to thank my colleague, the member for Charlottetown, for his insight today into open and transparent government. I'd like to ask him his thoughts on our government's decision, our Prime Minister's decision, to enable scientists within the federal government to provide Canadians with honest, direct science and facts, and that decision, which has been particularly important in recent weeks around climate change, but more importantly, across all government departments and agencies, enabling scientists to provide science and data to Canadian citizens.
Secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One of the most common refrains from the opposition benches in the last Parliament was that we were in an environment where the government was driven by ideology and not by evidence. And this was certainly characterized in the climate change debate and in the muzzling of scientists. I was so happy to hear in question period the Minister of Science rise in response to the first question posed to her and say the war on science is over. It's a good day, it's a new day, and it's one that Canadians can rightly look forward to, a change in the approach of government and the respect for science and evidence-based policy going forward.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Guelph.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Wondering about the types of information that we might have access to now with the restoring of the long-form census, and how long it might be before we can reconstruct some of the information that we've been missing for a few years.
The parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Guelph and welcome him to the House. Guelph has been the beneficiary of some excellent representation in the last Parliament. I have no doubt that he will continue that tradition. And so refreshing for one of the first orders of business of this government to restore the long-term census, to put meaningful action to its commitment to evidence-based policy. With respect to how long it will take for the changes that have been implemented virtually on day one to bear fruit, it's difficult to say. But the fact is that we've now set it on the right track, and only good things will come from the newfound respect and regard for evidence.
We move to the honourable member from Milton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the question from the member from Guelph. Welcome to the House, as I like to call Guelph, the greater Milton area. Madam Chair, I have a few questions on finance for the minister. First and foremost, I should mention as well that I'm going to be sharing my time with my colleague, the member of Parliament from Simcoe Grey, and I will be brief at the front end. Madam Chair, I'd like to know, again, for the edification of the House, what is the total cost of the salaries involved in the estimates with respect to the immigration portion?
The Minister of Immigration.
Yes, I have that, Madam Chair. The salaries of the temporary staff are $11.7 million. The non-salary are $166.3 million, and the grants and contributions are the remainder.
The member from Milton.
How many FTEs are in the $11.7 million?
Immigration.
Well, we have 72 temporary duty positions for 12 weeks.
The member from Milton.
So based upon 72 FTEs and $11.7 million, is it true that it's $162,500 per FTE is being charged?
Minister of Immigration.
72 temporary duty positions does not equate to FTE because FTE is full-time equivalent, and these are only for 12 weeks.
Honourable member from Milton.
So I asked the Honourable Minister how many FTEs. Perhaps he should give me the number of FTEs, not the metric he gave me.
The Minister of Immigration.
I gave you what I have, which is 72 temporary duty positions for 12 weeks. I think one could calculate from that, one could convert that into FTEs, but that was how it was presented to me.
The honourable member from Milton.
So for every temporary duty position, that's $162,500.
The Minister of Immigration.
I don't think I agree with that mathematics. We also have, oh yes, I failed to mention, we have 72 temporary duty positions for 12 weeks. We also have 48 full-time positions.
The honourable member from the honourable member from Milton.
What we know is we're spending $11.7 million. We don't quite know how many people we're spending it on. Perhaps we'll try this. What will these people do?
The member from the Minister
I
from
disagree with the premise. We know exactly what the people there are doing. They may not be in exactly the format that the member would prefer to see, but we have visa officers via temporary duty assignment sent overseas to conduct interviews, process cases, and issue visa. So that is very clear. Exactly what.
Member from Milton.
No, I appreciate, Minister. Thank you for that. I wanted to understand what the salaried money was going to. Does the minister anticipate any new submissions in Sub C or changes in the main estimates over and above last year's amounts that are significantly higher, i.e., is this going to be a carry forward again?
The Minister of Immigration.
I'm told that the security costs for work done by CBSA will be included in Sub C.
The member from Milton.
Madam Chair, I'd like to remind the Honourable Minister that there was a budget commitment that was made by his government to balance the budget in the final year. In doing so, my understanding from the mandate letter of the President of the Treasury Board is that he needs to conduct a cost savings analysis within the government and find $6.5 billion in savings. I'd like to know whether the Minister plans on asking the President of the Treasury Board to red circle his department to ensure that there's not going to be any cost-cutting within his department in this cost-cutting endeavour.
Ministre d'Immigration.
The Honourable Minister.
I have no intention to propose red circles. The costs that are proposed are clearly enunciated in the estimates. I think in order to achieve these savings that were mentioned, all branches of government will have to make perhaps a contribution of some kind. I've had experience in this kind of exercise myself.
Honorable député de Milton.
The Honourable Member from Milton.
Honourable Member from Simcoe Gray.
Given that many refugees are arriving here in Canada from the Syrian region and have unique health needs, what are the total expected costs associated with providing health care provisions to these over 25,000 individuals that the minister announced that are arriving in 2016 and over the next 4 years?
The Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Well, one can break that down in terms of where the locations are, in terms of the cost overseas for immigration medical exams, doctor's exams, blood tests, x-rays, etc., $6 million. In terms of health services that may be needed in interim lodging, $5.3 million. And in terms of supplementary estimates for the interim federal health program itself is $6 million.
From Simcoe Gray.
So you didn't answer my question. I'm looking for what the health costs will be for those individuals. So, and some of the things that were not included, mental health costs, infectious disease costs, chronic care costs, are those things allocated in your total estimates from now for those individuals that are coming forward?
Immigration, de
With due respect, I did answer the question, which was about the health expenditures. I gave 3, and the addition of the 3 is the sum of the federal health expenditures. But once the refugees get here, either immediately or within 3 months, they come under provincial care, and so the provincial expenditures are not included in the federal estimates.
Simcoe Gray.
Well, I also want to be clear, the minister had stated before that the provinces would be responsible for any care taking place. My understanding is in the interim federal health program, those would be covered by the federal government. Are you saying the province now covers them, or the federal government, or are you sharing them? What is the answer to that?
Ministre d'Immigration.
Clear. As I made clear in various statements, we are extending the interim federal health care, including the extended services. So the province will pick up the health care once the person signs on to the provincial health care, but the federal government will continue to pay for the extended services.
Simcoe Gray.
What coverage are you covering? How many weeks of extended coverage are you covering, so our provincial and municipal counterparts know how many weeks?
Ministre d'Immigration.
We provide the income support, including the extended health coverage, for up to a year.
The Honourable Member from Simcoe Gray.
So what are the specific cost provisions, as I mentioned before, for those things once they are on Canadian soil, on mental health and chronic care provisions? And who will be providing that compensation to the provinces after the 12 months, or will that not be provided?
Ministre d'Immigration.
My
Honourable Minister
said that will not be provided.
The member from Simcoe Gray.
Post-traumatic stress disorder is not something that we care for within 12 months. Are you saying then in contradiction to what you said a few moments ago here in this House, that you will not be providing that after 12 months, even though that is a chronic disease that we expect these individuals to have suffered because they're coming from a war-torn country. Post-traumatic stress frequently is not gone in 12 months. I don't think we can expect that. Are the provinces then taking on that burden?
Ministre de l'Immigration. Gray?
So with respect to that, we know that healthcare providers, psychiatrists, psychologists, mental health physicians across the country are already extended. Where do you expect to find the individuals today to take care of individuals that will be arriving here in Canada as early as this month or January? Where will those individuals come from? Are they reallocated from local hospitals or from other provincial jurisdictions?
Minister from Immigration.
I'm not sure I quite caught that, but in terms of your questioning as to why the provinces should bear the cost of health care, it's partly because health care is under provincial jurisdiction. We already pay their transfers. It's also because, as I've said a number of times, this is a national project where every government and every Canadian should step up and bear his or her share of the costs.
From Simcoe Gray.
There's only so many psychiatrists and psychologists in this country. Some of those will be reallocated to take care of Syrian refugees starting as early as this month or next month. Which Canadians will be giving up their care to make sure that these individuals receive their care? And how will we also be training additional individuals to make sure that they're taken care of?
Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Well, a lot of these costs are covered by the Canada Social Transfer, and I think the members should share the welcoming spirit of so many Canadians to these refugees, rather than using language which tries to pit refugee against Canadian, whether for psychiatric care or social housing.
Gray.
So again, Minister, my question was not about costs. My question is about healthcare professionals. We have only so many healthcare professionals in this country. Where are they being reallocated from? Are they coming from local hospitals? Are they coming from provincial provisions? Where are these individuals being found in order to take care of Syrian refugees, which we all do agree need that care because they will be suffering from post-traumatic stress?
Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
I think the member overstates the situation. 25,000 is a large number to bring in a short time. It is a very small number relative to 35 million Canadians, relative to 1 million refugees brought into Germany, relative to 10% of the population of Jordan that consists of refugees. So if the member is pretending that this is such an enormous burden for Canada to absorb, when the
Simcoe Gray.
Very small relative to elsewhere.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I think we should be welcoming refugees, and we're welcoming many into my own constituency. But I want to be clear. Maybe I can reformulate the question. Do you anticipate increased wait times for Canadians and Syrian refugees for access to mental health care services with this anticipated influx?
The Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
I know the member tries to dress her comments up in pretty garb, but it still appears to me that implicitly, directly or indirectly, she is pitting Canadians against refugees by the implication that they will deprive Canadians of mental health care, they will deprive Canadians of housing, or et cetera, whereas I think...
Simcoe Gray?
So, Minister, I want to be clear. I think that all Canadians want to make sure that Syrian refugees, Iraqi refugees, and Canadians are well taken care of. My question for you is, how will we do that? And the costs associated with doing that. Are we going to be asking the provinces to train more individuals? That would be outstanding, and I think all Canadians would welcome that. Are we going to, as a federal government, be training more individuals and paying for that training? What exactly is the plan to make sure that both Canadians as well as our new Syrian refugee colleagues that are coming here, that their care is provided for? What is the plan? What are the costs? And where are health human resources being reallocated for the immediate need, also in anticipation of the long-term need?
The Minister of Immigration.
The provinces are certainly making every effort to receive and to prepare refugees. We have reinstated the federal health program, including the supplementary elements to assist that process. And I would say if the provinces are so concerned in the way you are about this terrible burden they're about to bear, why is it that 10 out of 10 provinces have supported our project? Why is it then when you add up the provincial commitments, that they've oversubscribed and there are more than 25,000 agreed to by the provinces? I think the member understates the degree of enthusiasm expressed by the provinces themselves and their generosity instead of...
From Simcoe Gray.
Could I ask a specific question? That being the case, that all Canadians are embracing this, and as I said, we're accepting many individuals into my own riding. What is the specific amount that is being allocated funding-wise for the training of FTEs, psychiatrists, psychologists, infectious disease specialists, and others to make sure that Syrian refugees and Canadians are taken care of?
The Minister of Immigration.
Well, that is a provincial responsibility, as the member should know.
Oui, le papier. OK, tu veux-tu le laisser comme qu'il était d'abord?
Wait.
Okay, no, you're on. The member from Simcoe Gray.
My question was, will the federal government be aiding the provinces with respect to the training costs associated with the increased need for healthcare professionals with respect to this issue?
The Minister of Immigration.
No, the member keeps repeating these questions. The federal government is putting close to $700 million in interim federal health care, but the overall responsibility for health care rests with the provincial governments. The member is complaining. The provincial governments are not, because 10 out of 10 have expressed extraordinary enthusiasm for our project and are reacting with generosity, whereas the member seems to be responding in the opposite way.
Simcoe Gray.
So how will the wait list for housing be managed by the federal government? Are there an allocation of additional FTEs and individuals to do this? And is there an allocation of specific funding for the plan to be implemented?
The Minister of Immigration.
With respect to housing, I keep having to tell the member about jurisdictional matters. These questions of social housing are largely not federal. They are, much of it, municipal. And so it is our view that the refugees should probably not go to the head of the queue and get in front of Canadians who've been waiting a year or more for housing. It is not our decision. That's largely municipal, but I've spoken to over 30 mayors on this topic, and they all agree on that particular point. So our objective will be to help the new refugees find housing without displacing Canadians who've been waiting for a long time for social housing.
Nous poursuivons.
We will move on now. We will hear from the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Nous poursuivons avec.
We will go now to the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, and I will be using my time to make remarks, about 10 minutes, and then 5 minutes for question and answer. So, Madam Speaker, members of the committee, I'm pleased to rise today on behalf of the government to address the priority of Treasury Board and the entire government, and that's the importance of evidence-based decision-making. An issue that was raised earlier by the President of the Treasury Board in this very debate. And so that brings me to making a couple of remarks before I really get into this discussion. And I would like to congratulate the two ministers who are here at the Committee of the Whole for the very first time on their positions. I would like to congratulate all the new and returning members on both sides of the House for being here, and I look forward to a constructive and positive working relationship in the interests of Canadians as we move forward in this 42nd Parliament. Now, evidence-based decision-making is vitally important to Canadians, and it is vitally important to good decision-making by government. And so that's why it was explicitly in our Liberal platform in the recent election. And just a couple of examples of where we committed to restore evidence-based decision-making. One was the restoration of funding for the experimental lakes area, which is a world-leading and important facility for research and understanding of the potential collective and individual impacts on our very important freshwater waterways in Canada. Another is the commitment to restoring funding for ocean science and monitoring, which as a British Columbian is extremely important to our wild salmon, to understanding impacts on our ecology of our oceans and riparian areas, and will be very important as we move forward to implement the recommendations of the Cohen Commission report on the Fraser River sockeye salmon. So I want to speak today about also about the importance of evidence-based decision-making in my riding of Vancouver Quadra. When the long-form census, mandatory long-form census was canceled, I heard from many, many people across the riding, and especially people from the University of British Columbia. And may I take a moment again to congratulate our University of British Columbia for its 100th anniversary, this very important research and learning facility that ranks frequently in the top 40 such institutions around the world. So, colleagues, the government has an ambitious plan for bringing real change to Canadians, and we want to make a fundamental change in how evidence is used to effectively deliver on our commitments. Canada, as a member of the Group of 8, the United Nations, and the G20, the Group of 20, needs a strong evidence-based decision-making process to support and promote its views at the international table. The Canadian government has access to detailed levels of information for over 1,600 government programs that include spending and performance data, and we will use this evidence to make decisions that meet Canadians' needs and achieve value for money. So that essentially means our job of serving Canadians will be done cheaper, faster, and better with good evidence and with science and facts. So countries look to Canada to set this example, and we are excited to be raising the bar. The government is also establishing new performance standards, improving the use of evidence and data in program innovation and evaluation, and accelerating and expanding open data initiatives. The Government of Canada is proud of the many scientists in its ranks who do such important research on agriculture, forestry, biology, and the oceans, as I mentioned, to name just a few. We take pride in the work that government scientists accomplish, and Canadians look forward to hearing Canadian scientists speak about their research, share their results, and make it more accessible. So our government will use evidence to drive innovation. We're committed to setting aside funding to test and evaluate new approaches to solving problems in government service delivery. And specifically, as I mentioned, we have restored the mandatory long-form census. As well, we are improving the quality of publicly available data in Canada, and we are developing an innovation agenda so necessary to our the flourishing of our economy here in Canada in the future. So collectively, these measures are giving the Government of Canada and our communities key information that we need to best serve Canadians. Our commitment to the use of evidence extends beyond internal data. The most important evidence comes from Canadians themselves, and we will use the feedback that we get to Canadians, we'll use the extensive consultations that we do to ensure that we're making the right decisions with the biggest impact. Without accurate and reliable data, the government cannot review the $100 billion in tax expenditures each and every year to ensure that program spending continues to meet the needs of Canadians. We also want to share information so that provincial and municipal governments can plan ahead and be effective. Everything from transit planning to housing strategies to support for new Canadians becomes much easier when people have data at their fingertips. I'm proud that our government is open to working with organizations and asking others for help. For example, we want to harness this expertise and knowledge and learn how we can use the research that the David Suzuki Foundation has undertaken to guide us when creating our climate change strategy. And that's why Dr. Suzuki was one of the many delegates that the government invited to attend the climate change conference in Paris. There were representatives from all levels of government, along with Indigenous leaders, non-governmental environmental organizations, business leaders, and youth. And so I'm proud that we are restoring that tradition of having members of civil society contribute their ideas, their knowledge, their data to make better decisions at these conferences of parties on climate change. Our government is also committed to meaningful engagement with Parliament and parliamentarians, and this means providing Parliament with the evidence that it needs to make the right decisions too. So to support this commitment, we are increasing the information value of our documents on spending, aligning the estimates and budget processes, improving public accounts reporting, and providing Parliament with costing analysis for all the legislation will give parliamentarians real access to spending and performance information. And this will truly enable parliamentarians to do the jobs that they are elected to do on behalf of their constituents, and that is to scrutinize the government spending. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the improvements that we have committed to. The process is already underway. The President of the Treasury Board is working very, very hard on a number of these initiatives. And I appreciate the privilege of speaking to this important matter of evidence-based decision-making in this committee of the whole. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wondering what our government is planning in terms of communicating with municipalities who are quite often on the leading edge of open government when it's compared to federal government, whether we can draw on any kind of support from municipalities in terms of their experiences.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you. I want to thank the member from Guelph for pointing out the importance of the decision-making at the community and municipality level. And that's one of the commitments that we have as a government is to reach out and to partner with other levels of government. That's what we are already seeing our Prime Minister do when he reached out to the provincial premiers to invite them to go to Paris as well as the process of developing a climate change plan begins under this new government. Municipalities are a very important part of our infrastructure commitment. We'll be working with the municipalities and open government and their initiatives. The two-way learning that we expect will happen is something that I know members of this House are looking forward to.
Here, here. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver Quadra for that speech. It's so refreshing to hear the government benches espouse the virtues of evidence-based decision-making, and I know my colleague has served time as the Liberal Party critic for national defence and also as a provincial environment minister. It seems as though most of the time when we talk about evidence-based decision-making, we revert back to talking about science and climate change. As the justice critic in the last Parliament, I can tell you that the lack of evidence-based decision-making in criminal justice policy was something that was a hallmark of the previous government and something that has resulted in us having quite a sizable agenda going forward. My question to the member is twofold. If she could talk a bit about the importance of evidence-based decision-making in her previous portfolio in defence, to the extent that there's a connection there, and also the importance of the long-form census and the restoration of it and where it fits in the whole evidence-based decision-making thrust of the government.
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
To my colleague from Charlottetown for that question. Firstly, it's important that government, like any organization that has the mandate to serve people, is continually looking at how it can do that better. And that's actually what the President of the Treasury Board's mandate is all about, and what the hardworking people at the Treasury Board are busy with on an ongoing basis. That to do continuous improvement, one needs to have the baseline data. How are we doing? How is it working? When we try something out, did it work? What is the evidence? So evidence and data is so important in any of the fields of endeavor where we want to continually keep up to date with what's happening in terms of information technology, keep up to date with the expectations of the public, and improve our delivery of services and processes. So that is relates to national defense, where there was information being hidden about the impacts of on some of the men and women in uniform who were in Afghanistan in operational capacity and were injured. It was very difficult to find out exactly what was happening and how people were doing and what the rates of suicide were. Made it very difficult, I think, for the government to actually do their job, the previous government, to improve services, because the data was lacking as to what was actually happening. And with respect to the justice agenda, we know that the data and evidence were clearly not supporting some of the previous government's agenda. Some of the states and spokespersons in the United States were talking to us, we Canadians, and saying, why are you going down that road in terms of the crime and punishment agenda, when the evidence is clear that that does not support the long-term well-being of the people of the communities. So I am delighted that we will be restoring the focus on evidence-based decision-making in this country.
Here, here. We have about a minute and a half left. Time for one more question and short response. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to my honourable colleague for her comments. She spoke about the unmuzzling of scientists at the government level. Elle a aussi parlé de...
She also talked about an innovation agenda across the government.
University celebrating a special anniversary. In the riding I have the pleasure of representing in Fredericton, I have two universities, the University of New Brunswick and St. Thomas University, where scientists among those institutions are pleased to see the government moving forward with a scientific agenda, and an agenda that will focus on innovation. I asked the honourable member, maybe she could speak a little bit about what she's hearing from people at the University of British Columbia as it pertains to science and innovation.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you to the member from Fredericton for that question. UBC, as well as the universities that he spoke of course, are research and learning institutions. They're leadership development institutions, and one cannot teach leadership. One cannot teach without evidence-based approach, without science, without data, and in whichever field of endeavor the university is working. So I think it is what I've heard during the last 10 years is that it has been dismaying, the disrespect for science and for evidence-based decision-making, and that needs to be restored. And so I'm pleased to say that that's our commitment today.
Here, here. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be giving a brief statement, Mr. Chair, following by questions and sharing my time with the member from Calgary, Forest Lawn. And I'd like to start to say Canadians are generous, Mr. Speaker, so we are welcoming the refugees, but the refugees will be getting off the plane as permanent residents, and they expect this Parliament to debate important questions of the day, including whether this government has a plan to do this well and allow the resettlement to be successful. That's what we all want, Mr. Speaker. And the sense we have on this side of the chamber is that this is a plan made on the fly, and that could lead to poor outcomes for these new members of the Canadian family. And we just need to look to the Liberal Party platform, which the Prime Minister refers to every day in question period, to see they had changed their plan in the election. In their first statement on the subject, they allocated $250 million in their platform for the Syrian processing resettlement, $100 million this year for processing and settlement, $100 million as a new payment to the UNHCR, Mr. Speaker. Then in another document, in the same election campaign, they allocated $200 million for the same program, Mr. Speaker. Part of that $200 million was, again, the $100 million in new funding for the UNHCR for relief work, Mr. Speaker. So whether you take it as $300 million or $250 million, their plans were different even during the campaign. One thing was constant, Mr. Speaker. They were going to have a new payment to the UNHCR for relief efforts related to this tragedy. In their November 9th press release, they then once again, this new minister said $100 million for processing, $100 million to the UNHCR for relief. In supplemental estimates that we're debating here today, Mr. Speaker, $277 million spent, $177 for operational expenditures, and $99 million for grants, Mr. Speaker. No mention of that $100 million in new spending for UNHCR, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister why that's missing from supplemental estimates.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair. The $100 million for UNHCR has not disappeared. However, it is not in the estimates of the Immigration Department. You will find it in the Department of Global Affairs.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Well, Mr. Speaker, today we've already heard this minister say that he's going to have a supplemental estimate C for security measures. Now is he saying there's going to be a supplemental estimates D for global affairs?
The Honourable Minister.
Is it? I think we should be clear. I'm not suggesting any additional supplemental estimates whatsoever for my department. What I said was certain security measures covered by CBSA would be in supplementary estimate C. And it's my understanding that the $100 million for UNHCR will be in supplementary estimate C for global affairs. But what you see from my department is, to the best of my knowledge, all that Parliament is going to get on the Syria issue.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the $700 million in 5-year spend that the Parliamentary Secretary outlined at the beginning, is the Minister telling this House that that's only for immigration, or does that include global affairs? Does that include security? Does that include defence, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I can give the member a breakdown. The number is $280 million, 2015-16 for immigration alone. And if you want the total cost for immigration for the Syria project, 2015-16 to 2020-21, then it's $550.8 million for my department. But on the other hand, if you want the total for the whole of the federal government for the whole of the period, then it would be $677.9 million.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
So, Mr. Speaker, if the Minister has these costs for 5 years at just under $700 million, why aren't these all these new expenditures in these supplemental estimates?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, yeah, it's going into future years. But the question is why? Perhaps you could repeat the question. I don't understand.
Mr. Chair, the Minister is quoting cost certainty here, and as Parliamentary Secretary did as well, almost $700 million over 5 years. Why weren't all of these new costs in these supplemental estimates in front of the House now?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, it hasn't been approved. I can't speak for all the other departments, but I'm telling you that all of the immigration expenditures are in supplementary estimates of today, and that the other departments, perhaps because the money has not been approved by Treasury Board or perhaps for other reasons, I think you'd have to ask the ministers of those departments. They are not in today's estimates.
The honourable member for Durham.
So, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, can the minister confirm to this House today that the cost estimate for 5 years for immigration alone will be $700 million and likely far in excess of $1 billion when all of the other sub-C and other expenditures come to this House?
Well, Minister.
Well, if you're talking about the $280.2 million, that number is for my department only and for 2015-16 only. So clearly that does not cover the costs of every year. That's not what it says that it covers.
This will be the last question in this part round. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it looks like, to steal a line from the new Minister of the Environment, we're dealing with almost a $700 million floor that the government will then build upon by department, Mr. Speaker. Since the UNHCR is a body of the United Nations funded by members through an assessment, has this minister and has this government already spoken to UNHCR for the new assessment Canada will have, because we've asked them to screen 25,000 refugees? What will our new assessment to UNHCR be?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
The new assessment, the new payment to UNHCR? Well, the minister previously said, what is our expenditure over all of these years? And as if this is a floor. It's not a floor. The total planned expenditure for all of the years is $550.8 million.
I resuming debate. The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are three elements to this whole refugee crisis. One, of course, is bringing the refugees in, and my colleagues have very quickly pointed out that there is no real plan. I mean, there are huge shortfalls that the minister cannot answer. The second, of course, is helping the refugees in that part of the world, Mr. Speaker, which my colleague has just said about UNHRC and the assessment that is going to be coming from UNHRC. And the third, of course, will be the military element, which we will be talking tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. So let me ask the minister over here so he can give us and say, my question to the minister is that, have you gone out to use Canadian NGOs out here to assist at the refugee camps in helping them? That is far more cheaper than going to the UNHRC and this thing. Have you ever looked at that as a proposal?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration and Refugees.
Well, first of all, to refer back to the earlier question about the contribution to United Nations UNHCR, there was an additional $10 million, which is included in our estimates, to assist with the cost of identifying the people, and that work is done by the UNHCR. And my answer to this other question is that we are relying principally on the United Nations, the UNHCR, to identify the individuals, and the International Office of Migration to help us with the logistical work to transport and line up the refugees for our processes.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
That the United Nations assesses countries when they do. In this case, UNHRC has already assessed us for how to help refugees around the world. Now you're asking them to do some more work in bringing 25,000 refugees. Question to you is that, would that assessment be increased? And if it is going to be increased, have you included that in the estimates that you are presenting to
Honourable Minister.
I just answered that question. I said that we have contributed, and it is in these estimates, an additional $10 million to the UNHCR for the work that they are doing now. That is quite apart from the $100 million that we have contributed as a general gift to the UNHCR. And all this sort of gloomy talk about UNHCR, I would remind the member that the UNHCR went out of its way to praise Canada for our commitment and to say that only Canada would have the ability to settle such a large number of people so quickly. So, to put it mildly, the UNHCR is very happy with what Canada is doing.
Proud. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Boiling down to that question is, can you tell us how much of humanitarian assistance aid money is going to go to help the Syrian refugees? How much? Minus total.
The honourable minister.
By aid money, the total commitment by the federal government is just under $700 million. If you mean UNHCR, we have made an additional $100 million contribution. The additional costs, which we are contributing towards for the UNHCR, is $10 million. But I'm afraid I don't know what the word humanitarian means in this context.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
The question here is, will they be using Canadian military in any capacity to deliver humanitarian assistance to the Syrian refugees?
The honourable minister. Order. I'm just going to interject here momentarily. Members may recall at the start of the debate, we asked that the comments be directed through the chair. I sense that there is a bit of back and forth across the aisle with you and so on and so forth. Members should at least, they can certainly direct their comments across the aisle, but they might want to continue to use the third person, the honourable minister, the honourable member, that sort of thing, and we'll keep it polite and generous, like we always like to. We'll carry on. The honourable minister, or the honourable member, that didn't take away the time, by the way, for the member for Calgary Forest Lawn. I think we were at the honourable minister. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Getting back to my line of question about the supplemental estimates, the minister's alluded today that there will be a subsequent supplemental estimates likely for CBSA, likely for global affairs, but he's quoted to this House an overall cost of $700 million for the immigration portion. Do the other departments have their final 5-year budget for their costs that will be in the next estimates?
The honourable minister.
That statement is incorrect, Mr. Chair. The overall cost over all the years for the Immigration Department is $550 million. And with respect to the earlier comment about defense, I don't think defense is involved in humanitarian aid, if that was the point. But defense is certainly playing a very major role with logistics, administrative support to CIC officials, a very big role in terms of expediting the medical exam. So defense is playing a very large role in helping us transfer 25,000 people from that part of the world to Canada.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for clarifying that of that $700 million, $500 million will be CIC expenses. It appears that the $200 million additional is known. So why did this government not bring those figures and those breakdowns to the House in these estimates? Exactly. To give the House adequate time to properly debate this, Mr. Speaker. And my second question within this is the departments that are all involved, from CBSA through to national defense, through to development assistance, have they all assessed their incremental costs as part of either these supplemental estimates or the supplemental estimates to come?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I am here to speak for my department. Some of the questions that you raise, you will have to be addressed to ministers of other departments. What I've told you, I think very clearly, is that all of the immigration estimates are complete, and we have no plans for numbers in supplementary estimate C.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then I still am I'm perplexed at why, if there's certainty with respect to the overall cost of the Syrian Refugee Initiative, why the government is not bringing those full additional costs to this House of Commons. In the era of transparency, we owe it to our new permanent residents that will be arriving tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that our Parliament has the time to make sure their plan, which is apparently budgeted and complete, but not before this House. I'm wondering why that additional $200 million is not part of these supplemental estimates, Mr. Speaker, to bring forward to the House as per our practice.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member asked a question about estimates in the budget process. CIC's costs were immediate. They're front-end costs. For many of the other departments and agencies of government, they're able to cash manage until sub-C and the main estimates. The member is displaying a lack of understanding of the budgeting process, and one of the things we want to do as a government is not repeat the mistakes of the previous government in terms of failing to align the budget and estimates process. The previous government actually in fact for this fiscal year actually introduced estimates before they introduced a budget. Now, of course, they had to do that because they had to delay the budget until after they could do the one-time asset sale of GM shares to create an illusory surplus on the eve of an election, Mr. Speaker. But it was still unacceptable, and it was unaccountable to Parliament.
Order. Okay, we have time for one more question, and that'll wrap up this round. The Honourable Member for Durham.
So, Mr. Speaker, the new minister who's gotten up, is he saying to this House that in the budget for CBSA, for instance, or the Department of National Defence, or the RCMP, or a variety of different agencies, had budgeted for a Syrian on the ground in 3 countries, Turkey, Beirut, and in Jordan, Mr. Speaker? Was that already provided for in the budgetary allotments of those departments, or are there not new costs facing many departments, Mr. Speaker, that should be part of these supplemental estimates?
The Honourable President of the Treasury.
And I was jostling my honourable colleague. I actually have known him for a while and quite like the fellow. But beyond that, the departments he cites actually are in a position where they can cash manage for a period and are preparing for future, for sub-C, for instance, and main estimates. They're going to prepare Treasury Board submissions, and we will deal with those. And the budget process is such that these amounts are budgeted. Departments, when they need additional resources, come to Treasury Board, and we will review them. And but this is clearly, in the case of the Immigration Department, their costs are largely front end, and that is why these estimates are being tabled today.
Okay, resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be allocating my time with a roughly 10-minute speech and about a 5-minute question and answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair, all members of the committee. I'm pleased to stand in this place today on behalf of the government to discuss the important subject of open government, a key priority for Treasury Board and the entire government. But before doing so, as this is the first time I'm standing in this House, I would first like to take a moment to thank the constituents of Richmond Hill for giving me the honor of representing here. I'd like to thank my wife, Omera, my daughter, Nikta, and my son, Milad, for supporting me for the last 2.5 years as I embarked in this journey. I'd like to thank my team for working hard, supporting me, and I'd like to thank over 740 volunteers for putting a lot of effort to make sure that I have the privilege of standing and sitting in this House beside all you honourable members. My colleagues, the world is changing at a rapid rate. Just look around you. 30 years ago, fax machines were leading edge and information was stored in filing rooms. Today, it's smartphones and social media, big data, and high-speed internet. Technological development have altered the way people live and interact with one another. But that's only half of the picture. A fundamental change is taking place in relationship between government and the citizen it represents. The change is happening around the world and right here at home. Technology is empowering citizens to act under expectation for a government that is honest, open, and sincere in its effort to serve the public interest. Canadians are demanding greater openness in government. They are calling for greater participation in government decision-making, and they're seeking to make their government more transparent, responsive, and accountable. In real terms, Canadians want access to data and information that they have paid for. They want the assurance that comes when a government is transparent and acts with integrity. And they want to be engaged in the activities of the government and in the decisions that affect them. Mr. Chair, that is what open government is all about. It's about greater transparency and accountability. It's about opening the door to more public participation in the development of government policies and about releasing the information that support government decision-making. We firmly believe that government information and data should be open by default. Mr. Chair, when data is published freely in open formats, it can be used for a wide variety of purposes, and that means it increases its value. Take Canada's geospatial data, for example. A recent study estimates that $695 million is added to Canada's GDP as a result of the use of open geospatial data. But the study also notes that the full potential of open data will only be realized when you can combine geospatial data with other government open data, such as health, public safety, and climate information. We know that there is still an untapped wealth of information and data in federal departments and agencies that can be shared with all Canadians. Indeed, Mr. Chair, there's a huge potential in the area of open data. Mr. Chair, wherever is possible, people should no longer have to specifically request data from the government. That information should be made available by default. And it will be published in accessible and open formats on the Government of Canada Open Government Portal under the unrestricted license. It is therefore important that the government works toward a collective vision for how best to share information of interest to all Canadians. Mr. Chair, the government has demonstrated its commitment to open government with an unprecedented step of publicly releasing all ministerial mandate letters. As you have seen, each mandated letter highlights open government as a key priority. The government has also committed to making government science fully available to public and allowing government scientists and experts to speak freely about their work to the media and to the public. This is an equally important part of an open and transparent government. Lastly, Mr. Chair, the government has committed to strengthening the Access to Information program and will be reviewing the Access to Information Act to ensure the openness and accountability Canadians rightly seek. Mr. Speaker, clearly the government is living up to its word. Thank you, and it's an honor to be sitting in this House.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Richmond Hill for that speech and certainly welcome him to the House. it can be no more appropriate for someone with a background in management consulting and information technology to give his maiden speech in the House on open government.
Here, here.
And so I would invite my colleague perhaps to talk a bit about his background and the appreciation that his background as a management consultant in the information technology field would give him for the availability of data, and particularly the availability of data in machine-readable format. So just from his professional background, the importance to business, the importance to his previous employ of the availability of data in a usable format. Thank you.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Honourable member from Charlottetown, and I also congratulate you on your re-election. It's, again, a definite pleasure to be sitting in this House with you. Mr. Chair, a great question by the honourable member. One of the most important things about data is how it can be mined and how it can be shared and how it can be transferred into information that a solid decision to enhance whatever decision that an organization needs or a body needs to be made is made. Storing data in databases will not serve the country or will not serve any organization as it sits. So what needs to happen and what often happens in large organizations is data are structured and data are allowed access given certain guidelines and is turned into information for proper decision making, and as a result a lot of key performance indicators are developed to be able to help manage the business or manage whatever the body that is intending to do. Thank you.
Before we carry on, just in terms of the format here, typically during the question and comment period of the 15 minutes, questions would typically be directed to a minister or a parliamentary secretary in the 15-minute time period that's used. I see we just had an occasion where we had the opposite happening there. Typically, of course, it is the member's time; it's their 15 minutes, but would just remind honourable members that questions at that point, as the member indicated, he was going to take up to 10 minutes for his remarks, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments, at which point the member would typically then put a question to a parliamentary secretary or a minister in this format. So we'll carry on with questions and comments. Members can pose questions to a minister or a parliamentary secretary. And I think I see the honourable member for Whitby standing.
Mr. Speaker, I pose a question to the minister, honourable minister, and my question is related to the gathering of this data and how this data can be used not only in decision making but to further and to have an impact on our economy and allow our economy to grow based on gathering of data and better decision making.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I appreciate the question from the member for Whitby, and I congratulate her on her election to this House. Our government is committed to evidence-based decision-making, and to do that we need to have the best possible information, and whether it means restoring the long-form census or restoring the capacity of government departments to research and provide sound evidence to decision makers on which to make decisions. But it runs across, science is part of it, but we also need better data as an example for the housing market. We are told by bank economists that in Canada today we don't have good enough solid data on Canada's housing markets, which are fragmented across the country. That is not helpful in terms of homeowners and investors not understanding the housing market to the extent that we ought to, or banks having as much data as they ought to. We're also told by economists that we don't have as good a labor market data as we need. The long-form census is a key part of what we're going to do as a government, but it's only part of that. And we're going to restore and invest in science across the department and agencies. We're going to support science and research in our universities. But then, as my colleague, our parliamentary secretary has said earlier, and the member for Charlottetown, one of the things we're committed to as well is open data within government. And the notion that we haven't had a review or an update of the access to information law since the early 1980s is absurd, given the remarkable changes, much of which have been technologically driven since then. And for Canadians, the transparency buses left the station. Canadians, particularly young Canadians, basically wonder why more information is not available to them, and they're actually right. And our Prime Minister's commitment, both as an opposition leader, as a leader in our platform, and as we move forward, is very strong. And that commitment is something we take very seriously. Public Works will work, we will work with Public Works, for instance, in that department, which plays a pivotal role. We will work with all departments and agencies, but Treasury Board plays an important role across every department and agency of government on this, and we look forward to engaging Parliament. One of the things we intend on doing is really working closely with parliamentary committees. I have a fairly high opinion of Liberal members of Parliament, but I do believe that other members of Parliament from other parties have good ideas too. And those good ideas will help inform better decisions by this House. When ministers, as ministers from our government will do, when we ask critics, when we ask opposition members on parliamentary committees for their input, we are going to be actually genuinely seeking their input because we want to make better decisions. There are good ideas from all parties in this House of Commons. And we intend on working with members of Parliament from every party to help make sure that this Parliament makes the best possible decisions and renders the best public policy to move this country forward. That's what Canadians want. They want smarter decisions from a less partisan and more constructive Parliament, and I'm pleased to say to Canadians, that's what they're going to get from this government.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask the Minister if the Honourable Minister has given some thought around the team that you are planning to put in to collect the information that you're talking about.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, one of the things I can say is that we already have within our public service an exceptional team of people across departments and agencies of this government. We have Anita, Immigration, here with us today. We have Yap Prak from Treasury Board and Brian. These are just three examples of the exceptional public servants we have serving Canadians every day within the Government of Canada. And we will work very hard. Actually, my honourable colleague, former Veterans Affairs Minister from the Conservative colleague, just said we will do whatever they say. Well, no, actually, we won't do everything that the public service asks us to do, but we will seek from them their fearless advice, because we want to know, based on evidence, what the best way forward will be. We will make the decisions ultimately based on a number of factors, but not before we respect our public servants enough to seek their fearless advice, and we will not muzzle our public service servants as did the previous.
Before we resume debate, just to clarify again to all honourable members, with the format that we have in the last instance where we had, if a member chooses not to share their time for the 15 minutes, they and only they can then pose questions to the ministers or parliamentary secretaries in this type of format. If they choose to share their time, then it's permissible for other members to, within that 15 minutes, to also pose questions to ministers or parliamentary secretaries. So we're resuming debate, and a reminder that we'll be watchful of the balance of time, and we'll go to the honourable member, l'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Selkirk-Interlake. First of all, I'd like, before I ask my first question, to say that sunny ways have undoubtedly blinded the government. We're here today to determine how to adequately use our government resources, and that's refugees are very important. We see that there's a lot of improvisation. It seems they seem to be adapting on the fly. Now, my question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. On defense, well, my first question, in fact, resembles something I just said, but yesterday the commander of the Valcartier base in Quebec City told the media at a conference, they'd invited the media to visit the base, that he received the order to prepare the base. There were no clear indications nor any budget associated with the operation, so he took the initiative to take $2.7 million from his own internal budget to set up the base to the best of his ability based on the order that came through. Now, can you tell us what that means, what the directives mean to prepare a military base, and where the funding comes from to do so? The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Merci, Monsieur le.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, rather. And I can say, Mr. Chairman, that the military base will be looking after temporary housing if necessary. So if the refugees, the government-sponsored refugees arrive and they don't have a permanent place immediately, they can spend time on base, at the military base. So that's one of the ways that the forces are helping us on base. But in cases where the housing on bases, it won't in fact be necessary for a long period of time, because people will find a home, a place to stay, accommodations. So essentially, that's the responsibility of the government of Quebec, because within the province of Quebec, Quebec is looking after that part of the project. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, well, I understand your answer, Mr. Minister, but each military base in Canada has received a mission to prepare the bases, but no funding has been provided under the mission. So at Valcartier, they openly announced that they would be setting aside $2.7 million. There's Petawawa, Borden, Trenton. What about those bases? We'd like to know. Now, yes, the bases will be used in the event that they're needed, and the funding used for the bases won't be used for other military functions that could serve for our men and women in uniform. Along those same lines, do you have any idea, Mr. Speaker, how many members of the Canadian forces will have to be relocated off base, if necessary? Do you have any planning or figures on that? That is an issue for the Minister of Defense to answer, but if I recall, what he said is that regular forces will not be moved, but it will not interrupt any regular force operations. The Honourable Member. Mr. Chairman, then, so there will not be any troops who will be moved around then? And this work will be done on all of the bases then? Yes. That's my understanding of the situation based on what I heard from the Minister of National Defense. But it is a question that should be put to him and not to me, the Honourable Member. Well, with respect to the cost, then, now in terms of this operation, on the military side, there are two important components. A request for reservists, resources from reservists. Now, several hundreds of reservists have already begun working. I'd like to know what budget has been set aside to pay for these reserve members. Will this be taken away from reserve training budgets? Will there be additional funding provided?
The Honourable Minister. Well, as I already said, and I will be even more clear this time, the reserve budget comes under the national defense budget. And so this is not really a question I can answer. I'm not the Minister of Defense. Mr. Chairman, this is all of the questions that I had, but I think that we've had no answers today on the budgetary questions, and I think we need to have more information.
For Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleague from Charlesbourg, HoC, St. Charles, for his intervention as Lieutenant Colonel in the Canadian Armed Forces. Of course, he's extremely concerned about how this operation is impacting our forces here at home. Of course, I know that everybody at National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces are more than excited to be part of the mission, making sure that they are providing the resources that we need to do this in an expeditious manner and making sure that the refugees get here securely as well. Now, as has already been pointed out, though, we're dealing with Supplemental Estimates B, and there isn't a single red dime in the budget or in the estimates that account for the extra costs that are being incurred by the Canadian Armed Forces. And I know that the Minister has already said, Mr. Chair, that he said these are better, this is all about national defence, but there is costs associated with it. There's a cost of the temporary housing that's being done on base, the winterization of cadet barracks. This is a one-time use and of no value to the Canadian Armed Forces down the road. Why aren't those numbers in the estimates?
The Honourable Minister.
Colleague, the President of the Treasury Board just mentioned to me, and it's a similar answer to what he gave earlier to another question. Sometimes the departments can incur these expenditures through cash management in the short run, but if there is an incremental need, those will come up in Supplementary Estimate C. But that is a general statement about I cannot speak for the specifics of the Defense Department.
The Honourable Member.
We know, Mr. Chair, that there's 190 troops that have been deployed, helping with medical screening, helping with security screening. And, of course, we know that there's upwards of 6,000 to 7,000 refugees could be potentially housed on bases across Canada, predominantly in Ontario and Quebec. There is cost to having refugees on these bases. Is this going to come out of operational budgets, and will this distract away from the training and the readiness and the capabilities of the Canadian Armed Forces on base?
The Honourable Minister.
I have just said it would not detract from the operational forces on the base, and one should bear in mind that the vast majority of the refugees coming between now and the end of the year are, in fact, privately sponsored refugees, 8,000 out of 10,000. Not one of those will go on a military base. They will go directly or almost directly to the person who sponsored them, whether it's a family member or a church group or whatever. It's only 2,000 across the whole country that might, for a short time, be housed on military bases. If we're lucky, if we have our act together, there may be virtually no one needing to be lodged on military bases. That remains to be seen.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Chair, I would just say that, we already know that they are making accommodations for up to 6,000 to 7,000 refugees on base. That there was orders to leave quarters given to members of the Canadian Armed Forces, many of them cadets in training, people that are trying to advance their careers, and those that are actually trying to move up the rank system. So there's been disruption of those career paths for those professionals within the Canadian Armed Forces. More importantly, we know that there has been tenders, and I don't know if that was followed Treasury Board guidelines or not, but there is contracts that have been issued to allow the winterization of cadet barracks, which are summer barracks that are used in places like CFB Borden, down in Trenton. And so we need to know where those dollars are coming from. In my understanding, that's coming out of operational budgets of each individual base. Monies that are very scarce and well used for overall operational activities of the Canadian Armed Forces. Why don't they have those dollars in these estimates?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, I thank my colleague, the defense critic for the opposition for the question. I've spoken with personnel at the Aldershot Reserve Base in my riding. I've also spoken with defense personnel who were active when the Kosovo refugees came some time ago. And they are absolutely enthusiastic about participating in this great national project of welcoming the Syrian refugees. When the budgeting process is such that DND has within its $13.6 billion operating budget the capacity to handle the costs incurred in this process. And in the future, if there are incremental costs, they can submit them to Treasury Board for sub-C or the main estimates.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Treasury Board President for his intervention. But, you know, we know that there was orders given to all bases to be ready. Orders to leave quarters were handed out, and we know that in some bases upwards of 400 people were forced to leave quarters. So now you're saying that they may not be able to use all that space and might not be needed at all, according to the Minister of Immigration. So, again, is there a plan? You know, what exactly is going on here? Did it change?
Good question.
The Honourable Member. Minister.
One has to understand that when one is bringing over 25,000 people from Jordan and Lebanon, there are many moving parts. That's why we have contingencies in our estimates, so we are being fiscally prudent, and one does not know months in advance precisely how much accommodation will be available in every town and village and city across the country. So we make an allowance for in the case that accommodation is not ready elsewhere, there is temporary accommodation provided. That does not mean there's not a plan. That means there is a prudent plan which deals with these possible contingencies.
The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I guess the changes that you're dealing with, because you're right, you know, when you look at back during the election, you guys were talking 25, or the Liberals were talking, of course, 25,000 by December 31st. And here we are, you know, in the first part of December, and we still haven't seen the plane loads arrive. So the question really is how many Syrian refugees have arrived between November 4th and today, and how many more are you expecting from here on in? Is that how come the plan has changed, and how is that impacting the readiness that we have on Canadian Armed Forces bases?
The Honourable Minister.
I dispute virtually all the premises of those questions. I mean, the plan changed once when we announced a change that we would, instead of bringing 25,000 in by the end of the year, we listened to Canadians who said do it right, and if it takes a little extra time, take the time, and that is what we've done. And since that time, we have had one single plan, and because of the factors I just mentioned, it is normal that we have temporary accommodation available in case it is needed. Now, in answer to your question about numbers, the target is 10,000 by the end of this year. 416 have arrived since November 4th. Almost 12,000 are in the process of being screened, and there are more numbers. But those...
Order. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. This will be...
So, Mr. Chair, the question is how many of those applications and those refugees that are arriving right now were actually processed before October 19th? And also, you know, let's make sure we do this right, so that we don't need to use any of the CF bases unless it's an absolutely last resort.
Honourable Minister.
You should understand that not every event in every town and village can be predicted in advance, and it's always good to have reserves and contingencies. So should the permanent accommodation not be available when they arrive, you don't want to throw them out in the street. The option is to have the military base available should that need arise. If we were not planning for that contingency, we would be accused of irresponsibility.
Order. And this will be the... Oh, we're out of time. And this will be the last question in this round. The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'm just asking the minister to commit that Canadian Forces bases would be used as a last resort and only to be housing when there isn't an option in communities. Because we all know that there's security needs and there's also the needs of our own troops. Now, when they're on base, I guess I have the quick question to the minister. When refugees are being housed on base, who's paying for their lodging, their transportation, food and accommodations, and also where will they be getting their medical attention? Will it be from CFB-based doctors, including those suffering from PTSD?
Honourable Minister.
Seem to say we don't have a plan, but the fact of using the base as the last resort, that is the plan. So we do have a plan to use it as a last resort, should it be needed. If it's not needed, all the better, and they are then transferred to the more permanent accommodation. So it is a prudent plan, and it is a prudent plan, and it allows for various contingencies. And the cost to which you refer of the temporary accommodation on the base is indeed included in the supplementary estimates that you have before you.
Okay, resuming debate, and the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to share my time by allocating 5 minutes to questions. I would like to take this opportunity, since it is the first time that I rise in this place, to thank the voters of Mount Royal for having elected me. Et j'aimerais aussi féliciter.
I would also like to congratulate.
Et j'aimerais aussi féliciter.
I would also like to congratulate all of the other members here on being elected.
My experience as a mayor, Mr. Chair, is that politics is best done when we all work together, and I hope in the coming years to work together with all of the members of this place. So I'm very proud to rise on a question of appropriations related to the Syrian refugees. As we all know, Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country that has had a history of welcoming refugees. My own family came to Canada over a century ago, fleeing religious persecution in Europe. Many people in this House had similar experiences, whether themselves, their parents, grandparents, or great-grandparents. And I know that we all join together in wanting to welcome people because Canada has been at its best when we've been welcoming and at its worst when we've closed our doors. But of course, as members of this House know, we have to get things right. So I'm pleased to speak today both on the security aspects that are of rightful concern to many Canadians and on the health aspects that are of rightful concern to many Canadians about the refugee resettlement in Canada. Resettling refugees is a national effort. It will require significant coordination and support, beginning, of course, with members of this place. Mr. Chair, I want to address how the government will select and process Syrian refugees overseas. This work represents the second phase of our announced 5-phase national plan. I will tell you about how the government is making sure refugees meet security requirements prior to their arrival in this country and what kind of medical screening they will undergo. I will also make clear to you the costs these efforts entail. To meet its commitment of Syrian refugee resettlement, Canada will work with the governments of Jordan, Lebanon, and Turkey, along with international and Canadian partners. This is to identify government-assisted refugees. We are also, as the minister clearly stated, processing privately sponsored refugees to meet the goal of 25,000 by the end of February 2016. To identify UN-registered Syrian refugees in Jordan and Lebanon, the Government of Canada is working with the UN High Commission on Refugees. They have already begun contacting refugees to determine if they are interested in coming to Canada. I would note, Mr. Chair, that this organization has also already identified groups of people who they believe are eligible for resettlement in the West. And another thing, Mr. Speaker, that I want to reiterate is our commitment to take in the refugees that are the most vulnerable, which would include members of religious minorities and others like gays and lesbians who are subject to persecution. The government will process refugees who want to make the journey to our country at 2 dedicated contact centers, one in Amman, Jordan, and one in Beirut. These offices will be staffed by experienced immigration officers, as well as other government officials and security partners. Protecting the safety, security, and health of Canadians and refugees is a very key factor guiding our actions throughout this initiative. The timeline of the government that we have set out will allow us to complete refugee processing overseas while doing robust health and security screening. Visa officers will take the time to screen refugees carefully before accepting them for resettlement in Canada. And as the minister has stated, If there are any red flags, those refugees will not be processed in this early batch of refugees. Security screening will include collecting biographical information and biometrics, such as fingerprints and digital photos. These will be checked against immigration, law enforcement, and security databases.
All cases will be processed by the procedures in place. If there are any questions that have to be answered, extra information provided, then people are set aside.
This will include checking for communicable diseases such as tuberculosis. Once prospective refugees have undergone screening, those selected will receive permanent resident visas. We will then prepare to bring them to Canada. And the government is planning to transport refugees using charter aircraft and military planes. The International Organization for Migration, a humanitarian agency that specializes in coordinating travel of large groups, will manage the operation. They have previously worked with the Government of Canada and will ensure that migration is safe and orderly. Statistics on the department's website are helping to tell the story of where Canada stands in processing the refugees it is committed to bring here. The website is tallying up-to-date numbers showing refugees who have arrived in Canada since the government made its commitment to welcome 25,000 Syrians to this country. And I also want to take this opportunity, Mr. Chair, to congratulate the previous government on accepting Iraqi refugees and doing so much to bring Iraqi refugees to Canada. We need to care for people from all over, and nobody has a monopoly on virtue, so I want to congratulate the previous government. The federal government has already announced its financial commitment for this massive effort of identifying, screening, transporting, and welcoming these thousands of Syrian refugees. As we move forward on this great national project, we must contend with the costs of processing applications overseas. We anticipate these costs to be between $40 and $50 million across all areas of government, with $19.1 million of that figure at IRCC. Let me remind this House that these costs are actually lower than if we did this job in country, and I think we all agree as parliamentarians that we're very happy that the security issues are being dealt with abroad before anybody arrives in Canada. Funding will be closely monitored, controlled, and reported on. I ask honourable members to approve the appropriations we have set aside under these supplementary estimates. And what we have before us, Mr. Chair, is not a partisan project. It's a Canadian project. All members of this chamber, whatever parties they come from, should be on side with an effort such as this, because as I stated, this is bringing out what's best in us as Canadians. Resettling refugees is a proud part of the Canadian humanitarian tradition. It demonstrates to the world that we have a strong moral compass to help people who are displaced and in need of protection. Mr. Chair, I believe this is time for Canadians to come together and to put our hearts and minds together to welcome these refugees. So let us show the world what Canada is made of. As my colleague said earlier, let us get this job done, let us get it done well, and let's get it done all together. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions? The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to congratulate my friend from Mount Royal for his maiden address here in the House of Commons. And you have some big shoes to fill as well, given your predecessor who occupied the seat before you. My question, dealing with the issues that you raised in your address, my question is directed to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. And specifically, Minister, I wanted to ask you, with respect to the appropriations that are before the House today, does that include, it's my understanding that $3.6 million of it is to deal with 23 welcoming centers here that are initially going to be taking in these particular refugees. Now, is there a particular, or is there anything within the current appropriations that deal with other settlement agencies that are also assisting inbound Syrian refugees that are coming to Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Well, yes, Mr. Chair, you're right, or he is right, that there are 23, the $3.6 million, which represents a 25% increase, and this reflects these refugee settlement agencies are crucial to getting the job done, to actually settle the refugees coming in, and giving given the large numbers which they have to deal with, it was appropriate. My understanding is that there are also 13 such agencies in Quebec, but they are funded separately through a separate transfer to the government of Quebec. My Quebec colleague is nodding. So that aspect of it is handled by the government of Quebec, where it is the 23 who have just received a 25% increase in their budget from the federal government.
Questions? The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
So it's my understanding then that these particular organizations are the only ones that are being dealt with under this current appropriation. Are there plans from the ministry to deal with other agencies that are also working on this particular file somewhere down the line? Would that be appropriately dealt with in a future supplementary estimate, or is that a decision that is yet to have been taken by Cabinet?
The honourable minister.
I can answer in general terms that the answer is yes. I do not think that such a decision is imminent in terms of announcement, but certainly there are other agencies out there that are really important to our settlement efforts, and it is not our plan to neglect them.
Questions? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, I'm wondering, as we know, the government's attempt is to try to get 10,000 refugees in by the end of this year. We have 25,000 as a set goal, and that's going to be happening sometime in 2016. I wonder if the Minister of Immigration can enlighten the House or just reinforce to the House in terms of that second, if I can call it batch or whatever, Mr. Speaker, is sometime in February, March. When do we anticipate that we'll have the full 25,000 government-sponsored refugees coming to Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague. As I've said recently, the likely number of refugees from Syria between when this government assumed office till the end of next year is 35 to 50,000. So the plan is that by the end of this calendar year, we will have admitted 15,000 government-assisted refugees and 10,000 private. So we're 10 short on the government side, and we will certainly admit that number throughout, I think, before the end of 2016, but we can absolutely guarantee by the end of 2016. And in addition, there will be privately sponsored refugees coming in 2016. The number of those depends partly on the demand by Canadians, how many Canadians want to sponsor, and partly on a decision by the government, how many we can afford to process. And a final decision on that has to be made by the Cabinet, but I can say in round numbers, the range of total refugees from Syria would be 35 to 50,000.
Got just under 3 minutes remaining in this round. Questions? Questions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Chairperson. We know one of the things that we do know about the refugee situation is that there seems to be a great deal of support that's coming from our provinces. Not just is this being driven by the Government of Canada, one could ultimately argue it's being driven by the population as a whole. But what's been really encouraging has been the number of provinces that have been engaged on trying to get involved in getting refugees to their provinces. And maybe if the Minister of Immigration can just provide some comment in regards to the type of support that we've received from provinces virtually coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
That is absolutely right. And just to return to my other colleague very briefly, there's something called service provider organizations as well, and there's a large number of those, and there's already funding built in for them to receive an increase, but that has not been announced or determined explicitly yet. But that will be coming. And to my other colleague, I would say it is absolutely true. I've spoken to over 30 mayors. I've spoken to every provincial immigration minister. And one indication of enthusiasm is that when you add up all the provinces and what they say they will commit to bring in, you get a number bigger than 25,000. So they've oversubscribed, and there's a numerical indicator of enthusiasm. So it's not to say that a number promised are 2 feet on the ground, but it certainly is something in that direction. And I think that is a sign of the encouragement of all of our provincial governments, matched by the enthusiasm we see on the ground by Canadians, matched by increasing numbers of dollars contributed by our businesses. And all of that, I think, adds up to a truly national project to bring these refugees to Canada.
We have time for a very short question, and I'll take the honourable member, not the honourable member for Guelph, but the one next to him on his right, the honourable member for Longueuil-Charlebois.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank the people of my riding for their support in the election.
However, in terms of integrating the Syrian refugees into Canada, helping them find good jobs and retaining those good jobs, I'd like to know from our minister if there's any plans to work with the provinces in terms of recognition of foreign credentials, whether through the PLAR, Prior Learning Assessment and Recognition for the rest of Canada, or reconnaissance des acquis et des compétences in Quebec. Merci. Bonne question.
Ministre de l'Immigration.
The Immigration Minister. That's an excellent question. Someone asked me once what our priority was, and I said we had 3: housing, housing, housing. And in one sense, that's right.
An equally big priority is jobs, because in the short run, this is a great humanitarian gesture. We are reaching out to our fellow human beings in distress, and there's a cost. But in the medium run, as has been the case with former waves of refugees from Vietnam and elsewhere, I'm told it's very short. They have gotten jobs, and we're reaching out to provincial governments and to business to help them get jobs. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member, l'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to indicate that I have the great pleasure of sharing my time with the member for Elmwood-Transcona. And we would like to use all our time available for questions. My first question is with respect to Quebec. We know that Quebec has its own program for refugee resettlement. So I'd like to know what kind of compensation is to be provided for Quebec, and if eventually Quebec were to get more refugees than expected, would that compensation go up? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Well, we've known for a long time, I think since the Mulroney government and the Quebec-Canada Accord on Immigration, we've known that Quebec has a special role to play. And I think for the most recent year, Quebec has received $340 million from the federal government. It's a program that's relatively generous compared to what other provinces get, and I think that accord has worked well. Of course, the more immigrants or refugees Quebec takes in, the more Quebec should receive. And I think we're in daily contact with our Quebec counterparts. And I would say that relations are good currently. Quebec may receive an increase in keeping with the net increase in federal spending and the number of immigrants. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. The Minister announced this morning that the federal health program, the interim program, would be restored for Syrian refugees. Can the Minister confirm that the interim health program will also be restored for all other refugees? And when is the government going to fulfill its election promise to restore full coverage under that program? The Honourable Minister. For Syrian refugees, it was restored. It has been for a few weeks, in fact. It's been made clear to all doctors all across the country, so I emphasize that point today. And we put out the message to healthcare providers and provincial ministers to underscore the point that, yes, indeed, that program is fully restored for Syrian refugees. As for other refugees, that's a very clear promise that was made during the election campaign. We are going to restore the program fully for all refugees, but that has not yet been done. It should be done soon, as soon as possible. The Honourable Member for Laurier St. Marie. I'd like to know also, if possible, how many refugees sponsored by Canada have been identified so far, and how many are we expecting in 2015 and the early months of 2016? The Honourable Minister. I don't know whether the member is talking about Syrian refugees, but if so, I can tell her that the number of refugees from Syria who have arrived here in Canada since November 4th is 416. The number that should arrive by the end of the year is 9,000, and by the end of February, 25,000.
Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions for the Honourable President of the Treasury Board with respect to the allocations and the estimates for the contingency fund. I have a question about some of the spending that was made to date out of that contingency fund, and particularly the biggest envelope, which was the AECL spending out of that contingency. And I'm wondering if that spending and the costs associated with the privatization of operations represent an expansion of services covered under the contract, or if their costs, if they represent a revision of costs for services already under contract.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question to me. I worked with his father in this place, and he was a fine man and a great parliamentarian, and the Honourable Member has big shoes to fill, and more often it was big Birkenstocks to fill in this place. On the question, this was actually a commitment made by the previous government, and under the new government-owned contractor-operated model, AECL is now responsible to meet its mandate and objectives under the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories. For the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, the funding of $232.8 million has been provided to manage Canada's radioactive waste and decommissioning, provide nuclear expertise, to support federal responsibilities, and to offer services to users of the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories on commercial terms established previously. And it's a significant sum, and I appreciate his question.
The Honourable Member for Elmond-Transcona.
Thank you very much. I was pleased to hear in the President of the Treasury Board's earlier remarks an acknowledgement, and I agree with him, that spending money out of the contingency fund is by far and away not the most transparent way to conduct the spending of government. And I wanted to ask him if he, given that he agrees with that, and given that these estimates, part of their purpose is to replenish that contingency fund, presumably so it's available to be spent, if he would agree that having the President of the Treasury Board come to the Committee for Government Operations and Estimates at the soonest available opportunity after an incident of spending out of that contingency fund would be the best way to both preserve the prerogative Treasury Board with respect to that fund, but also alert Parliament in a prompt and appropriate way about how the government is spending that money.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. And, I speak on behalf of all ministers in our government who look forward to engaging actively committees and to appearing before committees and to defending our estimates before committees. And beyond that, to engaging committees in a review of and reform of our procedures around estimates. There needs to be a better alignment between budgeting and the estimates process. That is essential to have respect for Parliament and to enable members of Parliament to actually know what they're voting on and what the cost of legislation actually is. I'm going to try not to be partisan in terms of reflecting on the previous government's behaviour in this way. I want to speak towards the future, and we intend on working with members of Parliament from all parties to do a better job of fortifying our ability as members of Parliament to do our jobs on behalf of Canadians and to hold government to account. That's a critical part of your job as a member of Parliament.
So we have 1 more minute remaining. So a short 1 more minute remaining, and so we'll do a short question and response.
That we have a commitment from the minister to appear promptly before committee after spending is authorized by Treasury Board out of the contingency fund.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
The answer would be yes. We will do that, and I look forward to doing that. And beyond that, we will be engaging committees as President of the Treasury Board. Myself, my parliamentary secretary, the member for Vancouver Quadro, we will be actively engaging committees, government ops, but we'll also be engaging the ethics committee, for instance, when we're talking about expanding, modernizing access to information. That will be something that we will be engaging Parliament. We believe that we will make better decisions as a government with the full engagement of members of Parliament from all parties through the committee process. And committees are not going to be branch plants of ministers' offices under this government. They're going to be partners in progress as we build a better Canada.
Order.
It being 6:37, pursuant to Standing Order 81.5, all votes are deemed reported. The committee will rise, and I will now leave the chair.
Order. Order. I just call members to order here briefly. Allowed.
Order.
Order. Before we adjourn, it's come to my attention that we have an official with us this evening who has been in the service of this House for nearly 30 years, 29 years to be exact. Mr. Luc Fortin, who is seated at my left at the table, finishes his assignment here with the House this evening. And I know him to be an incredibly remarkable service to members and to the House and to all of the various departments to which he has served. We're going to miss him, and Luke, we want to wish you all the best to you and your family in the years ahead, good health and wonderful adventures ahead. And now, pursuant to Standing Order 81.5, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.